Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host Mukluk. Today, we are starting off briefly in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, because we call it home. We are going to be doing the daily routine, giving people time to file in, get in their seats, fight with the usher, get popcorn, eat it all during the previews, you know, the usual movie stuff. And then, we are going to be doing something special, chat. I have prepared a list of every single game that I played in 2023, and we're going to rank them. We are going to rank them. We have an agenda. We have a goal today, and it is to rank these games. Were they good? Were they bad? Am I happy with my purchases? Do I regret my purchases? I don't know. We're gonna figure that out though. We are going to do some tier lists.
Love the new intro.
After this raid. Also, funny thing happened earlier. There's a second chair to my right. My son came in and sat in the chair and was sitting next to me and talking to me. Chip came in and was like 3 feet away and meowed at Gabe. And Gabe couldn't reach him to pet him, so he stood up from the chair and took a step forward to pet Chip. Chip then ran past Gabe and proceeded to jump into the chair and has not given it back to him since. Hello, my dude. What is up? So now he's just in here hanging out in his stolen chair, and
hey, look,
yeah,
it's the tree of birds.
He's just being a co-pilot from over here. Boop. So yeah, we got Chip over there in the passenger seat, not on his tower because he had to steal a chair today. He loafed. Yeah, he loafed. He has gotten into a parking spot for sure. Gabe took his chair. Yes, apparently. Oh, Chip's washing his hands now. He's like, ugh, touched a human, gross. My cat has the nickname Seat Thief. Accurate. Guild Wars 2 better be first. Guild Wars, yeah, you hope I don't want to refund Guild Wars 2. Man, imagine if I made 150 guides for Guild Wars 2 and I'm like, man, refund that. Hey, get this out of here. What the heck? Yes. Gonna have to get four chairs in there soon. Oh my god, I have to set up a camera for each one of them. Make them all green at least, so we can make the green chair disappear. There'll just be a floating cat on each one of them. Alright, this is Guild Hall number 3. I'm gonna do Guild Hall number 4 and then go to the home instance. If anybody wants to mooch, you're welcome to do so. As always, I'm on the NA server. Lots of freedom, no healthcare. If anybody wants to mooch. Gonna do a home instance, then the alt parking, and then we're gonna begin the tier list. We'll begin the tier list. Gonna take it once it's done, get Noxxi to clean it up a little bit, and we'll release it as a separate video later on. It would be just like the negative Steam reviews have like 10k hours in the game. Yeah, it'll be like, you know, user had 6,000 hours played when they made this review, and it's just like, this game sucks, and then it's like, user now has 10,000 hours played. Yup. Yeah, whatever you do, don't play this game. And there we go. My cat is named Seymour because he hides on our couch. We want to see him more. Lol. Is there anything specific you like about Asuras? I just think they got funny little animations. Like, for example, a dodge roll, they're like, whoa, and they do like a freaking giant backflip. They kind of wobble a little bit when they move like that. It's just like they're so top heavy. It's I don't know. I think they're funny to watch. It makes me think of was it Star Wars Episode 2 or Episode 3 where there was that fight scene that no one expected with Yoda and he was just bouncing off the walls. I think of Asura when I see that scene, or I think of that scene when I see Asuras in combat. I just think they're funny. Makes my eyes happy. When it comes to playing fantasy MMOs, I tend to favor, unless there's like a really good racial ability for humans, I usually favor playing one of the, you know, the weird races. So in this game, if Asura wasn't a thing, honestly, I view Norns as just big humans. So I would probably play Sylvari or Char if Asuras didn't exist in the game, just because I like to play the odd races. It was the second prequel Attack of the Clones. Oh, there we go. That was it. Feed me, Seymour. Oh, you think his cat's name is a reference to Little Shop of Horrors? Feed me, Seymour. Would you play Tengu if you could? And have a bird beak? No, I can't say that I want a bird beak. Nah, I don't think I would. Like, I'd probably make a Tengu just to experience the newbie zone, and then just alt park it somewhere. What if Bram was a playable race? But you could already play Norn. That's already there. Reminds me of that one, I forget who it was. It might have been Asen or Errol. Someone in the community has a character that's like a jacked Norn in my Asura's fashion. It's like wizard hat, trench coat, and all that. And his name is Buffluck Airson. Ugh. Gross. So there's one of those running around somewhere. Madara says, Muck, you should see Chimera Land character creation. You're gonna love it. Oh my god. I saw, was it Pal World character creation yesterday? Where they made like some cute anime girl and then they gave her like massive freaking muscle arms. And then she caught Pokemon and had them run a sweatshop to make guns. That whole video was an acid trip. Would you play dwarfs if they were in Guild Wars 2? I'd probably still play Asura. But dwarves are, of course, a staple to any fantasy game. And they have to hate elves. I don't know of a single franchise where there is dwarves and elves and they don't hate each other. They always hate each other. It's like the dwarves are like, we love rocks, and the elves are like, we love plants. And then they glare at each other, and then boom, 10,000 years of war. That's it. That's dwarves and elves simplified across all franchises. You made up the bird people in Age of Wonders 4. I made and uploaded the episodes myself. Yeah, I did. That doesn't mean... but yeah, I was the dragon. I was just bossing them around. I wasn't playing the bird people. Also, we ended up replacing them all with, like, siege machines, didn't we? An anime girl with massive, so you saw Noxxi's last few streams. Oh my god. Dude, I actually got a picture. Hold on a sec. Where was it?
Oh boy.
Okay, here we go. I got a picture from Shugo. So I raided Noxxi the other day. And Noxxi has been bouncing between Guild Wars 2 and Lethal Company and doing VR chat. And on VR chat, Noxxi's character is very adult. And I raided Noxxi, and then I went to get lunch, and I came back, and on Discord, I had this picture of an bikini Noxxi in a swimming pool or something, with a message from Shugo that just says, "What did you throw us into?" And I was like, yo, I don't know, I'm just eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, man, I don't know anything. I was just trying to show some support for my video editor. I don't know what's going on. I remember the dwarves really don't like elves. That is standard in most stuff. Standard in most things. Dahuda says, do you have any goals for Guild Wars 2, taking into consideration you've achieved and farmed so much already in terms of progression? No, like, pretty soon the open world legendary armor is going to come out. I'm going to make at least one piece and record it so I can make a guide on how to get it for anybody who wants a video guide. Just to keep the catalog of guides up to date. But as far as goals, I mostly just play to hang out with the community. I do feel like I've beaten Guild Wars 2. Like, I've let my rank decay, but I'm in Platinum 2. Like, my rank's decayed from it being inactive, but I was in Platinum 2 PvP. I have cleared all the raids. I've cleared all the challenge modes, other than the one that would require me to get a group that was working on it for like weeks and weeks and weeks, which I'm not willing to do. I've cleared all the raids, the strikes, the challenge modes. I've one of the upper echelon of like PvP folk. Not the top. I'm not saying I am, but I'm up there. I've pretty much done everything. I've got full leggy, light, medium, and heavy, pretty much every weapon. Love the game. Still love the game. Hungry for more content, but I've basically done it all. So I play a bit just to, you know, keep in touch with the community, do giveaways each week, stuff like that. Keep the guides up to date, and then outside of that, I try other games. It's been a little while since I've done fractals. I haven't done them super recently. Oh shoot, I hit the wrong button. Don't throw me off the cliff. If you fail this puzzle, it sometimes explodes and throws you off the cliff.
Why would the puzzle?
Okay, got it. Shh. 1 second. Okay, talking with the boy. All right, Growan says, hope you have a wonderful stream. Thank you, Growan, I appreciate that. He says, oh, hey, Muck, remember me, the guy who struggled with combat in Baldur's Gate from the last stream? Yes, I kept playing. I'm starting to get more and more comfy with it again. Thanks for all your help from earlier and for your playthrough. It taught me a few things like tossing healing potions being a thing for healers out of spells. Oh, yes, that is a thing. I totally forgot about that. Apparently, the spacing is very tight. But Growan, apparently you can, if you get like 3 or 4 people stand super close together, you could throw 1 healing potion at their feet, like right in between them, and hit all of them. So in that way, you can use 1 healing potion to heal multiple targets. But the spacing required for that trick is very narrow. But I do remember that after you mentioned throwing potions. But yeah, you can, when someone gets knocked out, you can just like hit them with 1 healing potion, and throw it if you have to get them back up. Boop. There was one where the camera got stuck during a close-up of someplace you might park a motorboat. Someplace you might park a motor. Wow. Wow. Okay, that's smooth.
You must prove your strength to Ox by becoming the Ox. I can transform you for a short time.
You could toss healing potion to revive. Hold on. Baldur's Gate 3. I'm trying to remember. If someone was... No. Okay, hold on. If they were completely, like, dead, they need a scroll of... What is it? Scroll of Revivify? But if they're, like, down, but not dead, I think you can use, like, 1... like, healing them for 1 health if they're knocked down but not dead. I think healing them for 1 hit point, I think, gets them back up. If memory serves. Sorry, I've played 84 games this year. I'm rusty. I'm pretty sure in the 5th edition rule set, healing 1 hit point of health to get someone up off the ground, unless they're completely dead. That complete collection I won last night, I gave it to my friend. He was thrilled. That is awesome, Highlands Lady. I'm happy to hear that it went to someone who's going to use it. Time for science and saves coming. Yeah. Sorry for my rustiness, but yeah, the 5th edition, the Baldur's Gate 3, I think is loosely based on 5th edition D&D, which, it's weird. It's almost like as a healer in that, because y'all know I love support, I love healing and stuff like that. As a healer in 5th edition, it's almost better to just not heal your party, and then just, if they go down, heal them for 1 health, and then they snap back up. It's, honestly, I think it's kind of stupid. But, and then just at the end of the fight, when it's over, then you give them, like, proper healing. But otherwise, it's just keep healing them for 1 whenever they go down. And there was a skill, it was like Healing Word or Healing Whisper. That was like, it's a low-level healing spell, and it's like a swift action, so it doesn't take your whole turn. And it can heal anyone in like 30 feet or something for like 1 to 4 health. And it was like one of the best spells in the game at just constantly getting people back up off the ground. We need to cut you down on the total games played starting in 2024. Must find games to take weeks to complete. Dude, are you kidding? I played a few games. Dude, Baldur's Gate 3 alone was 200 hours. I did 2 playthroughs, a good one and an evil one. The Adventures of Dark Dennis. And they were 100 hours each. Assassin's Creed Valhalla is in the list of games from 2022 and 2023 because it took so long. Luality, a BG3 streamer, had the best health potion revive that even Sven mentioned it when she dropped not throw a potion at the feet of a character. That character gets stomped by the compressor in the big golem fight, downs the character, breaks the potion, and it revives her. Self-revive. The, what is it? The the ranger pet, the Beastmaster Ranger, at high level, the pet can revive as a bonus action. So it can, like, fly over to someone, revive, and then use disengage and fly away and like never have to stay in the area, and it could just keep doing that every turn. Is if you had a Beastmaster Ranger in the party. I loved it. Hey Muck, I'm using your Herald Low Intensity build, but I'm not really a Twitch fan, but I just wanted to thank you. Bob said, hey, I hate Twitch, but you're neat. No, that's fine. Hey, I'm glad it's helping you in some way, Tobiko. I'm glad it's helping you. Thank you for the feedback. We need to find a new game for Dark Dennis. I miss him. Dark Dennis. You rock, dude. And you too, random citizen. What was the most expensive mistake you ever made in Guild Wars 2? Wait, expansive mistake. One time someone in a giveaway won an eternity, and I typoed the name and I hit send. That's like mailing 4,000 gold to the wrong person. I got very lucky that the name I typed in did not actually exist. But if it did, I would have lost 4,000 gold that day. So, that... dude, chat was screaming at me. They were going nuts. But yeah, it didn't exist. Let's see. Lightning says, even though there's no bonus, have you ever map braked? I don't know what map braked means. Do you mean like when you break through the boundaries of the map and you go like under the world or something? I've seen videos of that, if that's what you're talking about, but no, I haven't done that. Dude says, once again, thank you for your guides. I like mixture of clear narration and humor. Well, you are my target audience. I'm glad you like it. Yes, no. I haven't done that, Lahuda, but I've seen that shaman on Twitter. He does that kind of thing a lot, and I watch his content. So he's got a lot of videos of him like trying out skiffs and fishing in zones where there is no water because he's under the world, stuff like that. So do I. I don't think you do it as often as that. Like Noxxi, how many videos do you have where you're like under the world? I literally do it with him. Yeah, but is that you doing it with him, or is that him doing it and you're there? Like, I see some pictures from you with y'all doing it, but when he shows a screenshot, you're not... does he just ask you to leave when he takes a picture? We both help each other. Oh my god. I guess he has you holding the camera. Because whenever he's tweeting like, oh, we're under the world, I never see you in it. He goes back to take better pics. So what, he's embarrassed by you? That's rude. That's not a friend. I've gotten stuck out of bounds 3 times on my Sylvari. Oh gosh. Mike, do you Druid Worldview World? Is there a vid for that? Rob, I have not done Worldview World in a very long time, no. I have a video that teaches the basics of Worldview World for all classes and stuff, if you would like to check it out, but I have not done Worldview World in quite some time. Muck throwing more shade than an umbrella, sheesh. I don't throw umbrellas. That is dangerous. You're streaming here too, perfect. Yes, Toby. Oh, Tobiko's in the other chat box now. What's up? Oh, look at you. Look at you moving around. Silverways has a map break. I think there's a lot of things in map breaks. We spent 2 hours breaking out of Naos. He went back later that night to take better pics. Yeah. Noxxi told me about that. I mean, I'm not gonna, A-net partnership and stuff like that. I can't show anything like that or I'd get in trouble. But yeah, I did see pictures of people basically going out of bounds in current Naos to see the other unreleased zones of Naos, like the unreleased chunk of Naos. I have seen pictures of that floating around the internet, but yeah, I can't show it. I've only gone out of bounds a few times, and that was when we were getting the first map expansion Guild Wars 2, and was purely looking for where the portals could be. Gotcha. Okay. All right, chat, it is time. It is time. I think I did all of it. Oh, wait, hold on. I got one more. We're going to get that. Trophy bag. And get the Imperial fragments. And this stuff, use the converters. Anyhow, just want to drop by and say thanks, wish you a good day. I'm off to sleep, Toodles. Toodles growing, thanks for stopping by. All right, that is it. Okay, chat, it is time. So, we got something special for you guys today. Give me just a second here. Let me pull this over here. And let me change category. We're going to go to just chatting. The largest category on the entire Twitch. Oh my god. Here we go. Okay. All right. So, I have here a list of every category I have streamed in 2023. And we did this at the end of 2022. Y'all seem to like it. We're going to do it again. And I think there is, how many is there? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 14. What is that? 6, 7, 14. All right, that's 84, 85, 86. All right, there's 86 games here. So apparently I played at least 86 games in 2023. And we are going to rank them. All right, it is time. Now, categories. I've got S tier. I'm hooked. They laced that game with something. I cannot put it down. That is the S tier. A, I finished it. I loved it. It was great. B, I finished it. It was fun. C, I finished it. D, I didn't finish it, but it was fun. You know, maybe it was a time issue. Maybe I was just like, okay, I don't have room in the schedule for this, but it was fun what I did play. E, I didn't finish it because something was bad about it. I didn't finish it for negative reasons. All right. F, early access. Even if I loved it, I don't think it's fair to put something in S tier if it's not done. So early access is down there. Now, not all of these games were released in 2023. Some of these are just games I played in 2023. So, let's go ahead and get started. Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is the game I am most known for. I've made over 100 video guides for that game. That game made you. I put it in S tier last year, and I'm going to put it in S tier again. However, I would say it's lower in S tier than last year. Now, it is still a fantastic game. It is still a wonderful game. However, there was a new expansion in 2023, Secrets of the Obscure. I do like the expansion, but the expansion released a thing called Weapon Master Training. It allows any class specialization to use the weapons of its other specializations. So, like a Reaper can use a greatsword. Reaper's a necromancer; it can use greatsword. A Harbinger is a type of necromancer that can use a pistol. Now, the Necro can use pistol or greatsword without using either of those, and the Reaper can use a pistol, and the Harbinger can use a greatsword. And essentially, because of this thing, there is between 80 and 90 new combinations of class got weapon it didn't have before. They did not balance that before releasing that. And honestly, it would have been insane for them to be able to. And right now, although I love this game, I still love it. The PvP in this game is, in my opinion, the worst it's been in the 5 years I've been covering the game. I tried to play it again last night, and again, I played one game that was decent. I played another game, and we found people that were just one-shotting each other. It was like an FPS. I think the game's balance, there's been times where this has been OP or that's been underperforming, but right now, I think that it just sorely needs a hard-handed balance patch. That said, that is the PvP scene. There is still also World v World, there's raids, there's strikes, there's fractals, there's open world, there's other game modes. I still think all of those are a blast. It doesn't matter if someone's doing insane damage for 5 seconds that then tapers off when you're fighting a raid boss that takes 10 minutes to kill. So I would like to see them handle that one situation I pointed out. But it is still S tier for me, but I would say S minus. So that's where I'm going to put that. All right. Age of Wonders 4. Age of Wonders 4 is a game, I believe they call it a 4X type game. It's like Civilization, it's like a Civ game if there was magic and dragons and stuff like that. I'm gonna say, A minus or B plus. I'll be generous and put it here, but it's very fun. Later, they added more content updates. They added a dragon update where you can play as a dragon instead of as a lord. Instead of like a dude or a gal that's ruling a nation, you are a dragon ruling a nation. It's got some cool mechanics, like since a dragon can't use like armor and helmets and stuff like that, basically the more you get, it adds to your horde, and you get bonuses based on how big your horde is, and it's just like equipment in a pile. But it is a very cool game. Loved it. Yeah, Dragon Daddy Mukluk. The Adventures of Dragon Daddy Mukluk. That's right. It's an awesome game. Every time there's been a content patch, I've played on the new patch, and because it's like Civ, one round of this game would be many, many hours long. It was a very fun game. Definitely putting it right there. I'd say the weakest point of it is the story. It's basically just like you're playing and then boom, here's a page of text. And then you're playing and boom, here's a page of text. There's like the pacing. It's the story is kind of dry, and the first time I beat it, I remember it was doing a closing cinematic, and I was like, I have no idea what's going on. I was trying to follow it, but it kind of felt like in school when you like read something you're not interested in, and then you're at the end, you're like, I don't remember anything I just read. You have to reread it. It felt like that. The gameplay though, excellent. I loved it. Wonderful game. Alan Wake 2, very high A tier. The only reason I'm not putting it in S is because I don't really have the urge to play it again. Alan Wake 2, of course, the sequel to Alan Wake 1, and it was amazing. It was amazing. However, most of it was the storytelling and the cinematography. It was an incredible, like they won some stuff at the Game Awards. Incredible game. If you like a good story and you haven't already, I encourage you to play Alan Wake 1 then Alan Wake 2. The only downside to it, I would say, is it's a huge cliffhanger. There is apparently going to be an Alan Wake 3 at some point. Alan Wake 2 ended on a massive cliffhanger, and it was the kind that had me scream. I hadn't yelled at a cliffhanger like that since I saw Matrix 2 in theaters, and then there was that ending, and some dude in the audience like, oh, come on! And just yelled at the screen, and we were all like, yeah, because we realized we had to wait like 2 years to find out what happens next. So I did really, really enjoy Alan Wake 2, mostly because of the story. The gameplay was fine. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it either. But it was mostly about the story. But the story was amazing. All right, The Bunker. And I think this is Amnesia The Bunker, but it's cropped a little bit. I played this for Halloween. I don't like scary games. I play them because my chat likes watching me not like scary games. There's a huge difference. There's a massive difference between me liking and them liking me not liking, okay? So I played this as one of many games I played during October for spooky stuff. This one was spooky. It was about some people in wartime, and they were in a bunker, and some guy goes crazy, and he uses TNT and caves in the entrance. The bunker's underground, and there was an entrance leading to the surface, and they caved in the entrance. Now, they were near enemy lines, so they decided to basically tunnel underneath the enemy lines and try to like hit them in the back. Or maybe, I think they might have been digging the tunnel before the entrance got caved in. And they accidentally break into this room where an ancient artifact is sealed, and then everyone starts going crazy and killing each other. And I won't tell you the big twist at the end, as that's not my goal. But it was a very spooky game. There was a whole lot of you're out of fuel, so you can't keep your lamp lit, and now the monster's coming for you, and you make noise, the thing can hear you, and things like that. But yeah, it was scary. Hey, it was scary. I got through it. All right, Armored Core Fires of Rubicon. What number Armored Core was this? I can't even remember. Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. Armored Core 6 was my first ever giant robot game. It was a lot of fun. The actual gameplay was very, very fun. There was this one thing about it I did not. I'm honestly like high B or low A tier for me. It did this thing where you had to beat the game, then you started over and you had to beat it again, but there was a couple of new missions, and then you started over again and you had to beat the whole game a third time, and there was a couple of new missions to see all the endings. And so it was like, to see 10% of the new content, you had to replay the other 90%. I didn't like that. Forcing me to replay, 10 hours to get one new hour of thing, I don't think is great design. However, the actual gameplay of it was such crazy fun. Like zipping around in the giant robot. I made mine dummy thick. He had big fat tank treads on there. It was great. Also, I played one round of PvP and I beat everybody, and then I quit, so I'm untied, undefeated. So you honestly can't touch me on the Armored Core 6 PvP ladder. Like I'm at the top, and I will not go down from there. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. This was in the 2022 tier list as well, because it's such a long freaking game. If you did every side quest in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I think it's over 200 hours long. When I was playing the game, the first zone, I was like, oh, I'm going to 100% every single quest I found I was doing. And after like 10 or 20 hours, I saw the world map and I saw the size of it. And then I saw the size of the zone I had been in. And I realized, I was like, oh my God, if I keep doing this, this is going to be like 200 hours. And it was fun. I was dual wielding shields. I was literally shield bashing people to death. It was insane. It was a fun game. But after 10 to 15 hours, I just started tunnel visioning the main quest line. And it took me 70 hours to beat it. If you like the type of game, it's a lot of content. However, at that point, it was so much, I really needed a break by then. So I just railroaded the main story, finished it, and then I put it down. It was fun, though. I'm going to put that in the B tier. It was fun. Atomic Heart with the Russian robot waifus. Atomic Heart, or Russian Bioshock, came out this year. Atomic Heart was a very fun game. You know, it plays... well, honestly, it honestly plays more like Skyrim than Starfield did. I mean, that pretends where I'm going to put Starfield. Atomic Heart was fun. When it came out, there was a whole lot of stigma about buying the game because like Russia and Ukraine and stuff like that. I don't know about any of that. I will say just grading the game based on the game itself, it was a lot of fun. It had 2 endings. They were very much not like just cliffhanger, but they left it open to where they could add another game to it. I would love for them to do so. I would love to play another one. It was a very satisfying game to play. Like just using the tractor beam to like rip a room apart and like loot all the stuff and vacuum up all the stuff was a lot of fun. But very high B tier, probably right below Armored Core 6. High B tier. It was fun. What is the tier list for? The tier list, this is my thoughts on every game I played in 2023, Banana. If for you to disagree, yeah, it's for you to disagree with. That's right. All right. Baldur's Gate 3. Oh my God, what a piece of crap. No. S tier. All right, so I played 200 hours of Baldur's Gate 3. And I feel like at this point, it's like almost, it's so mainstream to say you like it. Like you can't be a hipster in Starbucks and like Baldur's Gate 3 because it's too, that's the mainstream thing. It's well deserved. They won so many awards and they deserved it. Like this game for so many reasons. Like one, there's like you freaking find a chair in that game. You can sit in the chair, you can punch and destroy the chair, you could set fire to the chair, you could throw the chair at someone, you could steal the chair, you might even be able to eat the chair. I'm not sure. But it's like every single thing in the game. There's like a dozen ways, branching paths that you can interact with it and go from there. To the point where like something that was a party member in my game might have been a boss in your game. Like there's so many divergent paths. And the fact that every single conversation was a cutscene, oh man, it made people just fall in love with the characters. I've had so many people pop into my stream when I'm playing other CRPGs, such as Rogue Trader, and they'll be like, hey, really got into CRPGs just because of Baldur's Gate 3. Do you think I would like this? And I'm like, Baldur's Gate 3 was a masterpiece. You might like this. The story in this game is also great. However, it's not Baldur's Gate 3. In Baldur's Gate 3, every single fight, every single conversation was basically a cinematic. In most CRPGs, there's reading, so you're going from book with pictures to book. So yeah, you might love this as long as you're okay with that. I've had this conversation a lot with folks, but Baldur's Gate 3. I'm right this second, I'm personally burned out on it just because I have played 200 hours. I did 2 full playthroughs, a good one and an evil one with Dark Dennis. And they were amazing. And they're both on Mukluk Plays if you want. Oh, the playthroughs of all of these are on Mukluk Plays if any of you want to watch them. But yeah, wonderful game. I believe it deserves all the accolades it's getting. And honestly, as someone who's been enjoying Larian's products since Divinity Original Sin 1, it is really nice to see them get what I feel is the recognition they deserved. They've been popping off. Bindi and the Dark Revival. And also Bindi and the Ink Machines. That's Bindi 1 and Bindi 2. I'm going to put... these were spooky games for October, but very cool story too. I am going to put these in, I finished it and it was fun. If they ever make another Bendy game, I would jump at the chance to play another one. Like, it was, you know, kind of spooky, but also really good story and engaging and stuff like that. And it kept me engaged the entire time. But yeah, it's basically, you know, Bendy is based off like the old timey animation, like black and white Mickey Mouse and Popeye and stuff like that. And basically, you know, you're investigating this guy that, you know, drew these cartoons and what's going on in his shop. And there is an ink machine in there, and that's how it all begins. And you get sucked down into the cartoon world with these creatures that were made in our imaginations. But yeah, this very cool game, cool story. It's not terribly long, if memory serves. Let me see. Bendy the Ink Machine was 4 hours, Dark Revival was 6. So yeah, you could tear through both of them on a weekend if you are into it, but they were good story and a little spooky at the same time. Beyond Contact. Beyond Contact was an interesting game. Beyond Contact was a game I was sponsored to play 2 hours of. I liked it, and I tried to finish it. However, I couldn't. I hit a bug in the game, and so I just stopped. I couldn't continue. It was either start over or so I played 12 hours. I was paid. They paid me to play 2 hours, and I went another 10, and then I could not continue. So I'm gonna say I couldn't finish it because of bugs. Now, what it was basically like there was an NPC, and you had to talk to them to turn in a quest to continue. And I talked to them, and it turned in some item I had in my inventory for a quest later on. And then the game bugged out, thinking I was past the point I actually was, because of there's like a quest flag, and then I couldn't continue. And then they fixed they fixed it so no one else would have that problem, but it wasn't a retroactive change, so I had to like start over. But it's an interesting game. It's kind of like, it's a survival game, but it's also kind of like a roguelike. Because like if you, as you play the game, you go out, you find resources on the ground, you harvest them, pick them up, and you build a base, and you know you have to occasionally get oxygen and food, and you pick up resources and build an outpost. You can make like laser turrets and stuff like that. So it's very survival-esque, but at the same time, if you die, there's this alien pylon that'll bring you back to life one time. And each pylon you find in the world will bring you back to life one time. And if you run out of, and there's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 of them. But if you die enough times that you lose all that, you have to start over. So it's like a roguelike survival. It was kind of cool. I liked it. I didn't love it. But the only reason I didn't finish it is because I ran into that bug thing and I wasn't willing to start it over. So that's where I have to put that one. Black Skylands. Again, a game I was sponsored to play 2 hours of, and I was like, this is cool, I'm going to finish it. So Black Skylands, it took me about 14 hours to clear the whole game. And there's there's my video. I did a review video on it, showing it to other people for those interested. It's a top-down shooter. So it almost looked like a, kind of like a pixel art type game. Let me see if I go here, just, pictures, 1,000 words, stuff like that. But this is what it looked like. So it's like steampunk, and the world as we know it is basically like chunks of land floating in the clouds, and you use a ship to get around, but between these islands. And you can customize your own loadout. You can customize your ship's loadout. You have like, different artifacts and stuff that will help you out. And it was pretty cool. It was a simple game. It played like, something that's a little bit fancier than like an old Flash game, something like that. But it was a pretty good story. The story it kept me engaged too. And the gameplay was fun. I'd say it was fun. So I'm going to say I finished it and was fun. Bloons TD6. Now, I don't think you can really finish Bloons. So I'm just going to say I love Bloons. Bloons is great. Bloons is great fun. I mean, everyone knows what Bloons is. You put monkeys down and you pop balloons. My son and I have done a lot of co-op games of this where we basically, like, we've gotten good enough at it, we can routinely get to the levels in the hundreds where, because you get to level 100 and you've won. But you can hit free play and keep going, and it just keeps getting harder infinitely. And I don't know what the world record is, but you can get into the thousands or tens of thousands. But at that point, it's sending like, you know, hundreds of thousands of balloons, and the game is lagging so very badly. So usually my son and I will play for a couple of hours, and it gets to the point where we cannot move anymore, and then we're just like, all right, let's just stop. Like, we can't do anything else. But it's fun doing different builds, and you know, every tower shows how many pops that it's gotten, how many kills it's gotten, so you can try different things and min-max and see, like, you know, okay, oh, this works good, oh, that doesn't work good, stuff like that. Very fun game. Bramble. Bramble the Mountain King. Bramble was a game we played for Halloween. It was supposed to be a spooky game. It took about 4 hours to beat it. Ended up, the final fight was the Mountain King. You know that song? And it just keeps getting faster. The final boss fight was in tune with that. So the boss fight kept getting faster as the music got faster. And we were laughing and cutting up, and we were watching. Dude, I was getting splattered all over the place. And dude, we were like bobbling and stuff. It was great. So like that was the final fight. I'm gonna remember it forever. It was wild. The actual game, I would not say it was scary. I would say it was based off dark fairy tales. Like there was a bunch of stuff in there. So I would say I finished it and it was fun. Like, again, I don't like horror games. I actually ended up enjoying this one because it was a fun game, and the ending we were all dying laughing at. But the actual game, like the majority of the game, was just a fun, dark adventure. Bug Fables. Bug Fables, in a few words or less, Paper Mario. I had never played a game like that. I had a Patreon. I have a tier on my Patreon that's kind of like sponsoring a stream, but it's much cheaper than what the advertisers usually pay me. And basically, it allows someone in my chat, if they choose to buy that tier, they can say, hey, I want you to play this game for a night. And they can hijack the stream for one day. So we tried out Bug Fables. Now, Bug Fables was fun. I played it the whole day, and I totally fine with completing it. However, just in terms of priority, there were other games I was enjoying more at the time that we played this. So I kind of put it like to the side, and I never got around to getting back to it. So I didn't finish it, but that's not because I didn't like it. I just kept prioritizing other stuff more. So I'm going to say I didn't finish it, but it was fun, and I still might finish it at some point. But yeah, it's like a Paper Mario type adventure, but with little bugs that talk. Choo Choo Charles. Again, played it for Halloween. It was meant to be a spooky game. It's really not. I mean, when you hear the tray, woo woo, you hear that coming when it's still a mile away, and then it comes running up on you. And yeah, it's horrifying looking with its giant spider legs and stuff like that. But also, you have a gun. You shoot it and you can scare it off. And I gotta say, it's a lot less scary in horror games when you can shoot back. So it was, the story was, the story was, wow, that's a spooky train. That's it. That's the story. Man, that is a spooky train. So I'm just gonna put it under finished it. It wasn't that scary. It was just a dark, funny game. If memory serves, that one was pretty short. Let me see. How much was 2.6 hours? Yeah, that one was a short one. But yeah, it was a fun little adventure for one day. Conan Exiles: Age of War. Okay, Conan Exiles: Age of War. That game, again, I was sponsored to play it for 2 hours, and we played it one day on stream. It was basically like more hardcore and more naked Valheim. It was fun. I could totally see it as a game where if I was in the mood to play a game, a survival game like Valheim, with other people, I would be absolutely fine doing like multiplayer Conan Exiles and play it for tens of hours. At the time that I did the sponsored stream, I was also simultaneously playing Valheim with my son. So I was already in the middle of playing a game that was like the exact same type of genre. So I didn't end up putting more hours into this one because of that reason. But I'll say I didn't finish it, but it was fun while I played it. Crosscode. Oh my god, what a piece of okay, no. So, all right, so Crosscode. Crosscode was a game. Shugo in our community sponsored me to play that one for a dime. I actually went more than that, okay? Like, he sponsored me to play it for one evening, and I ended up playing it for 15 hours. Now, Crosscode, was actually the story was so good. The story was so good, okay? And that was definitely the strongest point of it. The gameplay was what had me finally, like, I was like, I gotta stop. And the reason was a couple things. One, combat, you see how fast she's shooting? To do that, I was playing keyboard and mouse. I had to do that. I basically had to just beat the living hell out of the left click button on my mouse non-stop for hours on end. So that was the how to keep attacking. So I hated that. I wish it would just be like hold down the button or something, but no, I had to tap 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 tap. That was the worst part. The other thing, there was the talent tree was awesome. None of the equipment changed how your character looked, which was kind of a pain, annoying. The other thing was the puzzles. The puzzles were fine. You know, it would be like you have to shoot a bouncing ball around a room. You have to freeze waterfalls so that the ball bounces off the waterfalls. And sometimes you have to get rid of a waterfall, so you'd have to hit those with a fireball so it turns into steam for a few seconds. So you'd have to be like ice, 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 fire, fire, bounce, bing, 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 objective. You know, and that, it was you know, a lot of puzzles that involve timers and stuff like that, and it honestly just stressed me out. So we played like 15 hours, and the combination of the timed puzzles and the having to destroy my mouse to play the game, I was getting kind of frustrated. Again, though, the storytelling in this game was so good. And if there's anything that makes me miss it and think about possibly picking it back up, it was the storytelling. So I'm going to say I didn't finish it for the two negative reasons that I listed, but the storytelling makes me want to put it here. The gameplay makes me want to put it here. But that's the full story surrounding Crosscode, just to give it the fair assessment. Okay. Next up, Cult of the Lamb. So we reinstalled Cult of the Lamb because they did a new update. What was the... No, not Sins of the Flesh. What was it called? Relics of the Old Faith. Relics of the Old Faith came out. Also, this was after I played it. They did a Don't Starve collaboration. Relics of the Old Faith came out, which was a new update that added a whole bunch of new stuff to the game. So we jumped back into the cult that we had from before that had like Flute Girl and Arrows and stuff like that in there. And we picked, you know, I was rusty, so I had to kind of, you know, remember how to play. And then we went into the almost like New Game Plus content. It was a free update. It added, I don't remember exactly how much, but it added more playtime to the game. And it was good. The relics they added, some of them were completely busted. Like there was some relics that were completely insane. My kid was playing it too, and he got one where it would just like summon skeletons, and he would just like walk up to a boss, and he just had like 30 skeletons go and just kill the boss, and he would just stand in the corner. So some of them were absolutely wild. But yeah, it was a free update, and it was very fun. I'm actually gonna put that under loved it. It was wonderful. And they've got another. They're really hamming it up on Twitter about the nude update coming soon, or the Schmex update coming soon, because there's a new update coming out called Sins of the Flesh, and it's supposed to be inspired by like how you can use two Pokemon to like make an egg. And they said they were very careful with it, but they're hyping that up, and I'll probably play it again after that comes out. All right, Darkest Dungeon 2. Oh my god, we played a lot of... I think that one's on Epic. I don't have Epic open right now, and I'm not going to open it right now. Darkest Dungeon 2, I don't know exactly how much time I spent in it, but I beat the whole game, and then I liked it so much, I then started trying to beat it on the... there's a community challenge that's beat the whole game with no one dying. So you use the same 4 people and clear the entire game, and if anyone dies, you start over. And also I'll do it on the top difficulty. And I was actually at like the final boss, and then I got distracted by other things. So I could go back and try to finish that. But if I lose, then that's over. But I cleared the whole game. Very, very fun. And then I was so much fun that I wanted an excuse to play it more. So then I started trying to do community challenges. So I definitely have to put that in loved it. That was a wonderful, wonderful game. I should at least boot up the save file and see if I could beat the final boss, because that might be a video. Like, I took on the toughest community challenge in Darkest Dungeon 2. If you see that video soon, know that I finished it. Sibber says, did you play DD1? Yes. It was fun. I didn't play it as much as I did DD2. So Darkest Dungeon, well, I guess I still played it for 99 hours. I don't even, dude, it's a blur. I don't even remember playing this for 99 hours, but apparently I did. You know, oh, you know what? I do remember, because Darkest Dungeon 1, I never finished it. In fact, I think 1 or 2% of the player base that bought this game beat it. The whole thing with the original Darkest Dungeon is when you get to the final area, when you get to the Darkest Dungeon and you go in there, if your heroes either die or they get PTSD and they refuse to ever go back. So you have to level up a new team of heroes. It was this really dumb time sink. So like if you, it made it to where you wanted, it encouraged you to go to like Google and like look up a YouTube video of someone fighting the boss, because if you didn't one-shot the boss, you would have to spend like 10 hours leveling up another team to go fight the boss again. I hated that. It was an arbitrary time sink and it made it to where I felt like I couldn't do a blind playthrough, because if I didn't one-shot the boss, I had to go, I had to spend tens of hours preparing a new team to try again. So I definitely like Darkest Dungeon 2 way more than the first one. Okay, so next up, Darkwood. We played Darkwood for Halloween, similar to the other October spooky games. Darkwood is a game that very, very, very dark storytelling. You can see it looks like this. It's this top-down thing where you can see whatever is in the lit-up cone in front of you. You cannot see monsters in the dark area that is, say right here, there's shadows everywhere. Very cool ambiance, very creepy, despite the fact that you're zoomed out and up in the sky. Very, very creepy game. Now, the reason I didn't finish it, I got almost 6 hours in, is because if you die, you respawn back at like your base camp, and all the stuff you had is where you died. So you had to do basically corpse retrieval. And there's food, water, poison, oxygen, corpse retrieval. Like, it is brutal. So it's a spooky game, but sometimes you stop being scared because it gets so damn frustrating. So I was like, guys, I'm not even having fun anymore. I'm not even scared anymore. I'm just getting angry because I keep having to like run 10 miles because I stepped on a poison mushroom and died. So I didn't finish it. I stopped having fun with that one. So I have to put that in this. I have to put that in the E category. More like 80 isolation. Yeah, like that, like Valheim. In terms of corpse retrieval, yes, like Valheim. It was like that. Okay. All right, Days of Doom. Days of Doom was cool. I did a sponsored stream for Days of Doom. We played 2 hours of Days of Doom, and here I'll show you what it is here. It is a game where you control a group of survivors, and they some of them have abilities, some of them are just normal folks that are fighting for their life. And it's like a turn-based roguelike strategy game. So you can see you take turns on this little chessboard-looking thing, take out the enemies, don't get killed, and if you die, sometimes you unlock new things that make your future runs better. Kind of like Hades in that one example, but turn-based and you're controlling a group. It was kind of fun. They sponsored me to play a couple hours of it. I did that. It was fun. But it wasn't something that I was like, okay, I'm going to stop playing Baldur's Gate 3 to play more of this. So I will say I didn't finish it, but it was fun. But it was a simple, fun game, and it just didn't compare to the other stuff I was playing at that time. That's the only reason I didn't do more of it. Dead Cells. I have not finished it. However, I have played a lot of it. You can play a lot of Dead Cells without finishing it. 42 hours. Plus the fact that I play with chat integration. And with chat integration, Twitch chat kills me. Like, all the times I've gotten the furthest that I've ever been in Dead Cells, I died because of chat. Not because of the actual game. On and Slam, and welcome to Japan, kids. Wait, what is this? It's time for Tentacles. What is this? Mikhail in chat says, hey brother, hope you get fame one day and you can get the 10 out of 10 girls like Corina. Average men like you and me deserve it too. Please don't give up. One day you won't need the 60 word. Keep it up, my brother. I don't know who that is, but I am very happily married and she takes very good care of me. So I don't need whatever core it is. But thank you. I
all these
appreciate
games,
the kind
but
words.
you've not yet ranked D's frown.
All right. Let's see. So Dead Cells, I haven't finished it. I will say it's very fun. We sometimes play it on Mutiny Monday because of the chat integration. It is a enjoyable game. Chat in the Twitch chat, they can type in commands to take over the control of the boss, or take over control of my healing potions, or add modifiers to maps. Like one of them's called Hitchcock, and it adds a whole bunch of like murder birds to the map. Or you can double jump on this map, or there's poison everywhere, just stuff like that. It's pretty enjoyable. But it does get frustrating sometimes when they kill me 900 times. Didn't you say you didn't finish it? Well, okay. I have finished a run of Dead Cells, and then that unlocks New Game Plus. And then if you beat that, it unlocks New Game Plus Plus, and so on and so on. So I finished a basic run, but I have not finished the Plus run. So I'm going to put it there. All right. Dead Space. Dead Space that came out this year was of course the remake. They did like a remake, remaster, whatever of it. I had played the original, but it had been so long, I only remembered like the main bullet points of the story. So we played it again on stream. As far as a spooky game goes, again, spooky games aren't very spooky when you can shoot back. So it kind of feels more like you're playing Doom with a very dark story. It was fun. I'm going to say it was a fun game. It was a fun game. What was this? Deus Ex Director's Cut. Which Deus Ex was this? So Deus Ex Human Revolution. So this is obviously an older game, 23 hours to beat it. When I played this, I thought I was playing a game like Doom. I was not. No, this is what's called a stealth game. And I gotta say, the very first fight in the game, dude, I died like 9 times. I was like, why am I so fragile? I was so confused. I did not understand that I really needed to get the drop on people at the beginning of the game. I was so fragile. Later on, I could go ham, but at the beginning of the game, oh my gosh. It was fine. I finished. It was something that it was on the game recommendation list. My community recommended it because they heard I never played it. I played it. It was kind of cool. All I remember is he says I didn't ask for this. I honestly. I remember at the end there was a decision that was like a not decision, and it has like no real effect on the ending at all. Because we YouTubed the other endings, and I was like, wait, this is all basically the same thing. So I'm just gonna say I finished it. It was fine. It was fine. Diablo 4. All right, D4. All right. For what it was fun, but less than every other Diablo before it. I'm not counting the mobile game one. I don't recognize that one. So as someone who played hundreds of hours of Diablo 1, thousands of hours of D2, probably hundreds of D3, and then I played D4. I've never put down a Diablo game faster.
Don't mind me, just touching the beakers with my eyes.
Did you play D2 Resurrected? No, I played the original D2. No, I didn't play it. So, D4. All right, let's talk about D4 really quickly. Oh my god. Turin, thank you for the gifted subs. Also, Badger, appreciate you guys. D4, I played it for the story. The actual gameplay was, like, I would rate it a 10 on the pH scale because it was hella basic. The actual gameplay, look, dude, there was no skill tree. There was a skill twig. All right? There was a skill stick, and it had a few stumps that were sticking out of the side of it. It was, oh my god. So, it was like in Diablo 3, and if you were a wizard and you did summon Hydra, You could do Fire Hydra, Mammoth Hydra, Poison Hydra, Electric Hydra, Cold Hydra, Arcane Hydra. It could do your, your taxes, like all kinds of stuff. In D4, there was Summon Hydra with 3 heads or Summon Hydra with 4 heads. So the game had less skill diversity than D3. And within the talent tree, the talents, when you wanted to sink a bunch of points into a talent, you could only sink 3 to 5 into most of them. In D2, you could put 20. With skill modifiers, 30, 40, 50, sometimes with charms. So it had less skill diversity than D3 and less ability to invest than D2. And okay, so the actual gameplay, I've played a Necromancer primarily because the Druid was an embarrassment to all Druidism. I played the Necro, it was fine. I will say, in Last Epoch, Early Access, the Necromancer at level 5 had more engagement than my Necromancer at the end of Diablo 4. The Bone Golem in Last Epoch would charge an enemy, check them with its shoulder, pick it up by the ankle, beat another enemy with it, and then throw the first dude off a cliff. And I was just like, oh my god, he beat a mother mucker with another mother mucker. Are you kidding me? And then, in D4, you know what the Bone Golem does? That's it. Just bonk, 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 bonk. That's it. Just all bonk, all day, all time. So it was pretty disappointing, to say the least. So what's left? The game was beautiful. The art was amazing, very dark. The graphics, people knocked it out of the park. However, the story. I played it for the story. I have been following the story of Diablo since D1, since King Leoric's son got corrupted. I have been following it since then. And D4, I wanted to see what would happen. There was some cool stuff. There was callbacks to was it Mishif? There was callbacks to Leoric. There was callbacks to Cain. There's a whole bunch of characters from the series were referenced. Duriel and Dariel, stuff like that. And those were all really cool moments because they hit me in the nostalgia. But the new stuff made no damn sense. Dude, at the end of it, the lady basically throws a soul stone like it's a Pokeball, and he goes Mephisto, I choose you. And he's like, okay, and does whatever she said. That's not how the soul stones work. That's not how they've ever worked. And then there was the scene where they put the demon soul stone inside of the one dude, and he got corrupted and turned into a demon in 5 seconds. They had to put a soul stone into Leoric's son for days and weeks to get Diablo, who was a much stronger demon, to take control of his body. But this dude with a weaker demon, and I guess King Leoric's son was just an absolute shad, because this other dude who was older with a weaker demon got corrupted in seconds. And I was just like, that's not how any of this works. So as a story, most of the story was engaging, and again, the cinematography was, it was exquisite. The graphics were on par. The dark, gritty atmosphere was wonderful. It was just everything else that I was not fond of. So I'm gonna say I finished it. When I finished the story, I tried the end game content. I tried the end game content for another hour or two, and I was like, I don't want to do any of this. And then I stopped. I haven't opened it since. I haven't had the urge to. And also, I think them making Diablo open world multiplayer was one of the worst decisions. It's just awful. I actually saw a screenshot the other day of Warcraft 3 but shout out to my man Grubby, by the way. Warcraft 3 had more viewers than Diablo 4 on some of the days since D4 came out. Okay. Dragon Age. We did a playthrough this year of the entire Dragon Age series. Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Dragon Age Inquisition. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Origins, I'm quite fond of all these. I had played these over 10 years ago, and they're supposed to be working on Dragon Age 4, Dreadwolf. And I wanted, as a streamer, I had never played them. So we played them again on stream, and we that took months. So we played all of those, and we're basically ready for Dreadwolf now. All wonderful games. If maybe you just got into CRPGs because of Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon Age Origins, by many nerds such as myself, is one of the greatest CRPGs of all time. It is a wonderful game, and it is dated, so the graphics are a little older, but it still plays very well, and the story is amazing. Also, Origins has one of the best party AI systems I've ever seen. Like, you can go to a character that you usually just have set to, like, hey, just control yourself, do whatever, and you can tell them, like, this move, spam it. This move, use it when the tank's health gets below 50%. This move, never use it. It's a waste of your mana. You can do that for every move, and just really engineer the other characters to play themselves the way you want them to play. Unfortunately, they took that system out and made it a lot worse for Inquisition, but it was really good in Origins and DA2. Matsu says, I'm watching your Mukluk plays Alan Wake 2, and the musical part was amazing. Yes, yes it was. Yes it was. I think they got an award for that. Dredge. All right, Dredge, once again, this is a game that I originally played because they sponsored me to play 2 hours. I cleared it. I played it all the way to the end, over 10 hours of gameplay. It's a game about fishing. Actually, I think they're doing a crossover with Dave the Diver now. But it's a game about fishing, and it's a Cthulhuian game. And honestly, it's kind of amazing that they successfully made a PG game about Cthulhu, and it was still really faithful to Cthulhu stuff. Like, that's impressive that they were able to do that while still keeping it PG. But it was a cool game. It's a game about fishing. I've done a review video for this if any of you are interested. You basically paddle around on a boat, you fish stuff up, you sell it, you get money, you upgrade your boat, and that's kind of the game loop. But you occasionally fish up things that are very wrong. Too many eyes, too many teeth, tentacles, things like that. And, you know, it gets spookier and spookier, and then there's a mystery, and then you get to the bottom of it while you're playing it. It was a fun little game. It was definitely a fun game, so I am going to put it here. Fishing in general is something that I'm not passionate about in my video games, so that alone it gives it a rough starting point for me. But the fact that I had fun despite that, I think really talks about how good the Dredge is. Let's see. Dungeon Defenders 2. And okay, so Dungeon Defenders Awakened added a Twitch integration. They had a Twitch integration, so every few minutes people in chat could vote on something. And we tried it out for Mutiny Monday one day. And as someone who's played Dungeon Defenders 2, and Dungeon Defenders Awakened, Dungeon Defenders Awakened felt like a step down from DD2. Dungeon Defenders Awakened had it was missing a bunch of features that DD2 had. The integration was cool, but sometimes it was insane. Like, chat would vote, spawn a boss. Then I'd be fighting the boss, and they'd vote, make the boss invisible. And I couldn't see it, and then I'm dead. And then I respawn, and I'm dead. And I respawn, and I'm dead. And I have no idea where it is, and I'm dead again. And I'm just like, ah! Like, it was... Some of the stuff that they were allowed to vote on was so insanely one-sided, I couldn't play the game. I would have to just, like, Alt F4 out of it. So, I love the idea of the integration, but Dungeon Defenders Awakened, besides the integration, felt like a worse game than DD2. So I'm going to say I didn't finish it. However, it kind of gave me the itch to play a good Dungeon Defenders game again. And then off stream, I played DD2 for like 200 hours because this game got me reinvigorated to play a good one of these. So I'm just going to put that there. Here, hang on a second. Let's see, Dungeon Defenders 2. Yeah, 257 hours because I got reinvigorated to play the good one. All right, so that one wasn't on stream, but yeah, definitely putting that there. Actually, you know what? Boom, I'm putting it in, loved it. I love it. Dungeons 4. All right, Dungeons 4, obviously the fourth game of the Dungeon series, just came out a couple months ago. It is for those who don't know what it is, Dungeons 4, it's a dungeon builder underground, but on the surface world, it's an RTS. So underground, you dig out a dungeon, you lay traps, you design rooms that like train new units, and you go to the surface and you play an RTS game. It is also the...
Forward,
what is it doing? Shut up. I cannot get this to stop. There we go. Then the voice, the narrator, is the same guy that did the Stanley Parable. It's the same narrator from Stanley's Parable, so he's really fun. He makes a lot of insults and jokes and stuff through the whole game. It was very enjoyable. If you're looking for a really like top tier new RTS to play, it's honestly not it. The RTS element is very simple. It's more about like you just plan a good group composition and throw it at the enemy, and maybe throw in a few spells on top of your troops to keep them alive. The responsiveness of the units were not that of like StarCraft 2 Marines. You can't, do splits and stuff like that with the units or orb walking. So if you're looking for that, it's not that, but it is a very fun game. Lot of comedy, good RTS, great dungeon builder. For me, I loved it. I beat the game and then started replaying it, doing achievements just as an excuse to play more of it because I liked it so much. So played a lot of Dungeons 4 this year. Dyson Sphere Program. Dyson Sphere Program is a game where you build across multiple planets. You're making like SimCity and stuff like that. However, there's no combat in the game. So I avoided playing this for a long time because I was afraid I would get bored of it. And then they added this, the Dark Fog. And it's like a very angry AI that is constantly multiplying. It's like the Borg, sort of. But yeah, they're multiplying and they attack you, and then they added weapons to fight back. So you still make factory worlds like Factorio, but you have to fight back against this thing that's multiplying across all of space. And I was like, now I really want to try it. And it's been pretty cool. It's an early access. This game's not done yet. And you can see right here, and see that this is the character you play. It looks like Bumblebee, and he's got a fleet of stuff around him. But I have played 48 hours, and I'm going to be playing more of this tonight. Very fun game. I'm going to put it in the early access category, but if they told me like what you have now is the complete version, I would put it in loved it. It is a game where I felt like I had an advantage playing it after Factorio, because Factorio taught me a lot about this type of thing. But at the same time, at the beginning, I had some frustrations because there was some things I couldn't do in it that I could do in Factorio, and I was getting confused. Like there is blueprints that you can make, and basically like imagine you could make a base and design it just how you want it, and then just highlight it and hit copy and then paste it on another world. You can do that, but the way to do that is completely different from Factorio, which confused me greatly and frustrated me for a while. However, 40 hours later, now that I have gained a better understanding of the game's systems, I am having so much fun. I'm having so much fun playing it. And I'm at the point now where I've got like my main world is pretty protected. I've got this, this alien force that's occasionally attacking me from space. I have some outposts on other worlds that are they're mining and sending supplies back to the main world. They're not as protected, so I'm a little worried about those and stuff like that. An absolutely massive game. But yeah, putting it in early access, it's not done, but ever since the combat update, loving it. And again, the reason I waited for the combat update is I played Satisfactory, which didn't have combat. You just play as much as you want, and I got bored of it. Because there was no pushback. I could literally just there would be some hostile monsters, but you could literally just walk up past them, ignore them while they were biting you, build a mine, and then leave, and then it would stop attacking you and just go on about your day. Why is the sound fading in and out? Is it on my side? Oh, I hope it's on your side. Let me know, you guys let me know if there's a sound issue, please. Everspace 2. I did a review of this game, a review video. I'm going to say it was fun. It was one of the only games I've played less than 5 flight simulator games, and that's what this was. Everspace 2 was a game where you would fly around in space. You would I played 33 hours of this. You would fly around on ships and do like space battles. There was a story element that was pretty good, but it was always told in conversations on the radio or in cutscenes. There was no gameplay outside the ship. You were always in the ship. Like you would maybe fly into like a flying city, pull into a dock, and then you would see like a cinematic play out where you leave the ship and talk to them, but then you'd be back on the ship by the end of the cinematic. But it was really, really fun. It was really good. You got to buy new ships, customize, like there's dozens of different ship frameworks, like for the main thing, like you could anything from really fast but really light armor to really heavy armor but really big and slow and bulky, and you can change their abilities and missiles and weapon loadouts and stuff like that. But all in all, it was a fun game with a good story, and it got me interested in a genre that I wasn't even into. So I would say, I wasn't like, oh my god, yes, this is my new passion, I'm gonna make videos on this. It wasn't that, but it was very, very enjoyable, and definitely it was fun. Good music. It had amazing music. Yes, absolutely. All right, God of Weapons. All right, let's talk about Vampire Survivors. If you loved Vampire Survivors, God of Weapons... Wait, is God of Weapons in beta? God of Weapons might still be in early access. Hang on a second. Let me give it its due here. No. Is it completely out? Okay, I guess it's completely out. All right, so God of Weapons is a game similar to Vampire Survivors. However, every weapon you have basically floats around you and fights constantly. Every time you get enough XP to level up, you get to expand your inventory by 1 space. The more weapons you can fit in your inventory, the more weapons you have fighting. All you do during the fights is focus on your movement, similar to Vampire Survivors. The weapons fight on their own. However, certain things, like a sword, might get a bonus for every sword it's touching in your inventory. So if you can get a whole bunch of swords in a row, they would all passively buff each other. And then you might find a potion that's like, if you drink this, it will immediately spawn a boss, but if you beat it, you'll then be stronger after that. Stuff like that. And yeah, it just shows a guy with a big bag of weapons. Very simple game, very inexpensive. Like right now it's $5. But it was very, very fun. I have played 24 hours of it. Definitely recommend. This is a very fun game. I honestly, I'm going to say loved it for now. While we're talking about games that type, let's go to another one. Hey, Shugo. Halls of Torment. Halls of Torment was another game of that same genre as like Vampire Survivors. So if I go to Halls of Torment, however, this game to me was Vampire Survivors plus Diablo 1. So you see, you go through here, it's got very retro graphics, but the game runs incredibly smoothly. You pick from multiple heroes, and then, but you can find items. So it's Vampire Survivors, but with an inventory. Now, the items, there's a thing in the levels called a well, and if you take an item you find and throw it in the bucket in the well, a guy in town pulls it up, and you lose that item for that run, but then you can take that item on all future runs. So you can basically make loadouts of your favorite things and take those with you. Again, very cheap game, $3.99. It's $4 right now. It is an early access, so to be fair, I will put it into the early access section. But if it wasn't there, I would put it in loved it right next to God of Weapons. There are 3 games like Vampire Survivors that I've played this year that I absolutely loved. The other one, where is it? Where is it? Give me a second. I am looking for Soulstone. There it is, Soulstone Survivors. All right, so Soulstone Survivors is also in the loved it category. Wonderful game. Again, plays similar genre to Vamp Survivors. And I keep comparing things to Vamp Survivors because I think most people know what that is. But Soulstone Survivors is, this is what the graphics look like, but it run around, you level up and you get different abilities, and you could be like, save this one for next level, give me this one now, or you like, lock this out, I never want to see this again, and then give me the next thing. And there's a massive talent tree on here as well that gives you different stuff. But very fun game. I have played it until I unlocked not everything, but a lot of the stuff on here. I've played 53 hours so far. The music in the game is absolutely incredible, and it has something I very much love in these type of games, is an endless mode, where the mobs just get stronger and stronger and stronger, and you go as far as you can and see how long you can last. See how far your build can push. I love that crap. So Soulstone Survivors, definitely loved it. Do recommend it if that sounds up your alley. So yeah, Soulstone Survivors, God of Weapons, and Halls of Torment are all in my top stuff. Where did the Halls of Torment marker go? Did I lose it? Didn't I? Hold on a sec. I don't know where Halls of Torment went on the thing. Did I move that somewhere? I don't know. Anyway, oh, that's right. Early access. Yeah. Early access. Okay. All right. I was like, did I delete an icon? What the heck? All right. Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn is not a new game. I believe Grim Dawn came out in 2016. However, after playing Diablo 4, I was in the mood to play a good action RPG. And I spent the next couple of months in my free time playing a lot of Last Epoch, Path of Exile, and Grim Dawn. And Grim Dawn, despite coming out in 2016, I have 671 hours in. The game that I played the most as a streamer before Guild Wars 2 was actually Grim Dawn. And is an awesome game. For anyone who's never played it, it uses the double class system that Guild Wars 1 had, where you pick 2 classes. The last playthrough I was doing, I was a hybrid of Shaman and Necromancer. So I was summoning lots of undead and then buffing them with nature magic like a support so that they would just do lots of killing for me. Like I had really dumb party members. It was wonderful. There is a simple talent tree that you can put points into, and then there's an advanced talent tree, this thing right here. If you want to use that, they can make your character stronger. It's the kind of game where you can focus all your power into making one skill obscenely powerful, or you can, use like 10 different skills and, make like a class that does a whole bunch of different things. Wonderful game. Do recommend if you like ARPGs. It's currently $7.49. It is very, very good. Is Grim Dawn or PoE better? Now, first of all, Grim Dawn, I'm actually going to put this in S tier. Because as I said, I've played over 600 hours of it. It is an awesome game. Is Grim Dawn or PoE better? They're different. They both, to me, scratch a different form of the ARPG itch. The Soulstone Survivors is also early access. Oh, thank you. I'll put that here. Grim Dawn is an action RPG that is easy for someone who's new to action RPGs could get into it. I would absolutely recommend Path of Exile to people who love ARPGs. I would not recommend Path of Exile to someone as their first ARPG. There's the giant talent tree for the base thing. There's the massive talent tree for when you get to maps. If you really don't know how to min-max stuff, you're not even going to make it to like level 80. I do know how to min-max.
What, is there more than one kind?
I do know how to min-max a lot of stuff, and I can usually get to like 90 before I hit a wall. Path of Exile, awesome game. I would not recommend it as a first ARPG to people. But both of them are wonderful games depending on what you're looking for. Okay, let's see. Grounded. Grounded? Man, I'm going to say loved it. Grounded. Sublime! Sublime. Yeah, it was Sublime. Grounded is a survival game, and I played it on my own, and then I played the whole thing through with my son, and then we played the whole thing through again on a higher difficulty. Grounded is a game that is it's Honey, I Shrunk the Kids plus Valheim, for anyone not familiar with that. I've got 143 hours so far. I did a review video for this game, but it's basically you wake up, you've been shrunk, and you're trying to survive in this yard. And basically, everything is massive compared to you. The ants are bigger than you are. Here's a sandbox right here. The sandbox is like the desert, so you need extra hydration to survive there. You get like, heat stroke, stuff like that. You're trying to figure out who shrunk you, why, and you can build. As you saw, there was a huge like castle there. It's got a really good story. Like they're not just like, oh, you got small, haha, how did that happen? They're actually there's a story that explains everything, and it's pretty good. I have a review video for that, and of course the whole thing's on Mukluk Plays. But yeah, Grounded was a good game, and also it was fun to play with family, so definitely putting that in the loved it category. Beansy says, I just got Tiny Tina's Wonderland. It's been a blast if I recall you played it. Yep, Tiny Tina's Wonderland was my favorite game in all the Borderlands games that I've played. Yeah, that was a good one. Not on this list, though, and that wasn't this year, I don't think. Guilt. Guilt was a game I played for Halloween. Guilt was an interesting one. It was right here. It was a rather short game. It took about 5 hours to finish it. But you play this girl.
Another year with Muckova. Hope you get to my favorite game soon. Hack.
Oh my god. Hack. You play this girl, and she's looking for her cousin, who's a younger girl who is missing. However, while looking for her, she ends up somehow in a very dark, twisted version of her hometown. but she has seen her little cousin here a few times and is trying to find her. It looks very like M. Night Shyamalan, and it's basically like anything her little cousin was bullied a lot, and anything. So like all of these things are products of her imagination. Like they're basically all the monsters are trying to bully you in different ways. Like it's such a short game. I'm hesitant to say anything because I don't want to spoil it because it's so short. It was pretty cool. It was supposed to be a spooky game for Halloween. Ended up being a cool story. I'm gonna say I finished it and it was fun. All right, Hawthorne. Hawthorne was a spooky game for Halloween yet again. This one was very short. It was a 98-minute long game. It was basically you're supposed to be the night security guard for a school, and there's someone in here with you, and you're trying to figure out who it is and what's going on. It is very old graphics. It's a very short game. It was 98 minutes to finish it. I'll say we finished it. We got one really funny clip out of the game, but it, oh wait, I put it in the wrong category. Finished it fun. There we go. But yeah, I'm gonna say we finished Hawthorne. It was cool. Hi-Fi Rush. I think everybody here knows what Hi-Fi Rush is. Hi-Fi Rush is a rhythm game, but it's not mean to you if you're bad at rhythm games, which is very interesting. The other rhythm game I played, which was Metal Hellsinger. Metal Hellsinger, you could only do things if you clicked them on the beat. Hi-Fi Rush, you could do things off the beat. However, they would be more effective if you did them on the beat. The story was really good. The gameplay was really good. The music was amazing. The sound was great. The graphics were great. There was no like aspect of the game that was weak. It was wonderful, and it's pretty crazy. Just kind of icing on the cake here. They announced this game. They were like, "Oh, hey, here's a trailer for a game. Also, it's out today." And everyone's like, "What?" And that's how they announced it. And it ended up doing amazing. It ended up doing absolutely amazing. So yeah, Hi-Fi Rush was great. Actually, the first review video I did was on Hi-Fi Rush. And yeah, very, very good game. I'm going to say absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Hi-Fi Rush in a different year would have been Game of the Year contender. Unlucky it was still in 2023. I think still it did very well for itself. Like, I don't think they should have postponed it a year just to try to hope for a trophy. I think it still did very well for itself. Like, it was out for, I don't know, over half a year before Baldur's Gate came out. So it's not like it was competing with that for customers or anything. It's just they didn't get the trophy. Kena, Bridge of Spirits. Yo, I still have the rot that they sent me. This little creature is called a rot in the game because it's like a forest spirit and it eats like decomposing leaves and stuff like that. So they called it a rot. And also it has toe beans. Look at that. But yeah, Kena was a sponsored stream. I loved this game. It was really good. So just to show what it's like, hold on a sec. I'm going to go to Kena Bridge of Spirits. It took me 11.5 hours to clear it. Oh, really quick. Those are the rots. That's Kena. And you are basically this girl that can see spirits. Now, that means dead people, but that also means like forest creatures and stuff, like these cute little rots. You run around and they help you kind of like Pikmin. The more of them that are supporting you, the more power your attacks and moves have. The crazy thing is when you're running around in the open world, it's kind of like Breath of the Wild. But then you get in combat, it's freaking Dark Souls. Like, straight up, you've got to be doing parries. Like, I was very, very shocked at how, like, it just went from, like, chill to no chill really fast in the combat. So if you hate Souls-like bosses, I can't recommend Kena to you. But if you're okay with Souls-like boss fights, it was a wonderful game, very cool story. And it had challenging boss fights. As someone who's cleared a handful of Souls games, had challenging boss fights. And the open world in between those boss fights, again, was like Breath of the Wild. You run around, gather materials, lots of, I don't want to say Metroidvania, but kind of. Like, you would get moves where you would go back and then you could access new areas and stuff like that. Yeah, very cool game. I'm gonna say loved it. This was another one that started with a sponsored stream for 2 hours and ended up finishing the entire thing. And they also sent some cool swag. They were very nice to the community, like that rot that I just showed. So put that in the loved it category. Layers of Fear. Layers of Fear was a game I had played before. However, it had been a while, so my memory of it was blurry. And also, they released a new chapter, the final chapter of Layers of Fear. Chapter 1 of the game is Guy is trying to make a painting of his no longer alive wife, and it's getting really spooky. It's getting seriously spooky. And there's multiple endings, and it's crazy, and it's a trip. And then there's chapter 2 is you play as the daughter who comes back to the house because she inherits it, and she's an adult now, and she's finding everything that went on there. It's crazy. The chapter 3 is you play the mother up until the point where she died, and you find out her side. That was also a wild, crazy experience. Chapter 4 and 5 felt like they were written by completely different people. One was about a lady in a lighthouse, but the painting was in the lighthouse. I don't know if the painting was haunting her and she was having a rough time of it. And then chapter 5 was this actor thing, and it was so abstract, I could barely follow what was going on. So the new chapter was, the previous ones were scary, and which I don't like, but I play it for my audience. But at the same time, the story was very engaging. So like I liked the dark, grim story, but then chapter 4 and 5, the newer ones, were just like, okay. So I'll put it in finished it, but I would say the first 3 chapters way better than 4th and 5th. Lies of P, the new Souls-like game that is about Pinocchio. And I believe if they make another one, they hinted that it was going to be about Alice in Wonderland. Was it Alice? Because they showed ruby slippers at the end of it. And that's not a spoiler. It was just like it was a hint at another possible game. Lies of P was the game. It's a Souls-like game for any of you who've been under a rock and you didn't see it. But you basically play as Pinocchio. But they never say Pinocchio in the whole game. They call you Geppetto's puppet. And basically, you live in this steampunk world where people use like ruby slippers in that Wizard of Oz. Wait, what did I say? Oh, I said Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, no. Yes, Wizard of Oz. Thank you. Wasn't thinking. You live in this world where people use these machines, like puppets, to do work for them. You might have a janitor puppet or a puppet that goes and gets your mail and stuff like that. And one day, all the machines decide to do an uprising and start killing everybody. Also, there is a disease going through the city called the petrification disease that is turning people to stone. The people that are left are either fighting for their life or going insane, or they're just evil people. And Geppetto's puppet, that's you come to life and you're trying to find out what's going on, one brutal battle at a time, and take these monsters down and save the people that are left. However, you, just like every Dark Souls game, there's certain points in the game where it gives you a choice and you don't even understand really what you're choosing. And it'll be, you can lie or tell the truth. Sometimes it's hard to tell what's lying and what's not, because like someone will be like, oh, do you like my shirt? And you're like, what? Something like that. You don't know if you're lying or not. However, the story was as cryptic as any Souls-like game. The gameplay was a lot of fun. And I would say I went from liking it, and then near the very end, I found a build that just clicked with me. And then I was doing so much better in the late game. And then I went from liking it to loving it. Really, really loving it near the end. So Lies of P, I think I'm going to have to, I would say like the first half of the game was here, but then the second half of the game moved it up to here. It was really, really good. All right, Lords of the Fallen. Lords of the Fallen, I've got such mixed feelings on. There was a lot of small problems with it at launch, and I cleared the whole game at launch, and then I was happy with that, and then I stopped playing it, and I did a review video on it where I went over all these things, and I basically said this looks like a fun game, but I wouldn't buy it unless you see that they fix this and this and this and this and this. I will say that the game overall was fun. I enjoyed the build craft and the customization of my build. Some of the stuff was annoying, like the blacksmith. You have to rescue them before they join your town. I missed them. I found out from a viewer on Twitch, they're like, why do you have level 1 weapons? You're like so far in the game. I'm like, I've never found anyone to upgrade them. And they're like, go back to the, go to this YouTube video, it shows you the blacksmith was. And it was in some like side area I had missed at the beginning of the game. So I didn't have a blacksmith. So stuff like that was kind of annoying. There was, I remember another thing, I would say the final boss fight was the biggest depressing letdown of any Souls-like game I've ever played. The final boss fight, I was going in there, I was pumped, I was ready to go, and it was like the boss was monologuing and throwing weak monsters at me, and I was just killing the weak monsters over and over and over while it was telling me about its master plan, and I was hardly able to listen to it because I was fighting a wave of monsters. I was like, can you tell me all this after? And then it just ended, and it's like, you win. You literally never even hit the boss. It was like after you killed 50 level 1 monsters, that's it. That was the final boss. It was so deflating. Like this should not have been the final boss fight. So that really bummed me out. The game up until that point was pretty cool. It had the whole mechanic where you would hold up the lamp and you would be able to go into and out of the spooky side of the world. And hold on real quick for anyone who hasn't seen it. You had this lamp in the game, and it allowed you to essentially interact with a darker version of the world. And sometimes you would be at an area where maybe there's no bridge, and you hold up the lamp, and then you could see a bridge in the other world, and you could cross the bridge. But while you're in the other world, dark spooky stuff tries to attack you. So the longer you're in there, I think after 4 minutes of being in there, like a Reaper spawns and starts trying to chase you, which is very difficult to kill. But if you kill it, it's got a lot of loot, stuff like that. So it was a cool Souls-like game. At launch, it had a lot of problems. I don't know if it still does. I'm gonna say I finished it and it was fun. I'm gonna say it was fun because I had a lot of issues with that. Monk, not every final boss can get this reaction out of you. What is this clip? Oh no, she's hot. That was not the final boss. That wasn't even the final boss. Shut up. That was Lies of P. Anyway, moving on. Magicka 2. Magicka 2 was an interesting game. Magicka 2... that freaking clip, man. Magicka 2 was a game where they try to teach you programming, but hide it as a magic system. So maybe it'll be like, okay, I'm gonna make up some controls here. It'll be like 1 is earth, 2 is fire, 3 is water, 4 is air. So if you do like, 1, 2, 2, 3, it would be like an earth shield. Or 1, 3, 4, 4, 2 would summon a skeleton. So you would learn combinations. And it would, you basically, there was no hotkey for just like click to fireball. Now you would have to be like, 1, 1, 3, 1 to fireball or something like that. And it was very challenging at the beginning. That was Lords. Oh, was that Lords? Wait, hold on. What? It's literally, the clip is literally called Mukluk Plays Lies of P. It says it in the clip. Stupid. Anyway, so it was pretty cool. At the beginning, it was very challenging and frustrating because of, having to learn all those inputs. At the end, though, it was very satisfying when the boss would start charging something and you'd be like, 1, 1, 1, 4, 3, and then you'd counterspell it, but being able to remember that stuff at the end, it felt really good. It felt really good. So I would say it was a fun game. It started off here and ended here, for me. All right. Did you really play all these games? Yeah. I downloaded this list from sullynome.com. Here, hold on a sec. Sullynome. All right. Sullynome is a statistics website. Go here, go to the channel for Mukluk, 365 days of data, and show me what games I played. And here's the list. This is all here. Okay, hold on. Page 2. There's 89 different games here. I've got data. Woo! So there's 89 different games. Yes, I really played all of these. It'll be useful to someone. All right, next up, Metal Hellsinger. Very fun rhythm game. I did a review video for that one. Metal Hellsinger was a rhythm game. I would classify it as shorter than Hi-Fi Rush, but a little bit more challenging than Hi-Fi Rush. You literally cannot click off of the beat. You can only do things on the beat. But if you did things on the beat, it was very satisfying. So it was like you're playing Doom, but you could only fire on the beat. So simple game. I actually did not even think I liked heavy metal, but I was rethinking that selection after playing this. It was a lot of fun. So yeah, if you like Doom and you like heavy metal, or you can at least tolerate heavy metal, very fun game, very simple. You play this demon, and they've stolen your voice, and you're trying to get it back. Imagine Ariel, like the Little Mermaid, but with guns, and she's really mad. That's basically it. You're breaking into hell because a demon stole your voice. And when you get like really long, like the better you're doing, the more the music picks up. Which is why game journalists are really confused, because the whole game is silent for them. All right, there we go. That's my joke. Okay, so Metal Hellsinger, I would say it was very fun. It was quite fun. We're even gonna put it like way up here, above Valhalla. It was very fun. Okay, Mini Healer. I played Mini Healer for the first time the other day, and we cleared it crazy quickly. 10 hours. So we played it like 2 days, and it was done. Mini Healer, very fun little game, if this is your type of thing. This is clearly inspired by people who have done raids in MMOs. Now here's the deal. You play a healer, there is a tank, there is a melee DPS, a berserker, and there is a ranged DPS archer. You don't control them, except you can hit tab to select what the group is focus firing. That's it. Other than that, you do the mechanics. So you're healing the health bars, and you have some equipment. You can deal with equipment of the party in between different rounds, and there's different boss mechanics. So right here, oh, this is a good example of the talent tree. You can choose what type of healer you're going to be. There's a druid talent tree that's all about heal over time. There's a priest talent tree that's about shields, like power word shield or barrier, depending on your game of choice. There's a paladin tree that's all about like casting, full health bar. You know, massive single target heals. And there was an occultist tree that was all about like blood magic and stuff like that. Like you lose health, but you'll gain a massive amount of health instantly, and also you'll get buffs and stuff like that. And you could do hybrid builds and things like that. Additionally, there were different boss mechanics. So some of it might be like the boss is trying to mana burn the healer, or there might be like a targeting thing that is fired at the healer, and you need to make sure you're not standing on another party member, or else you'll kill them and you. There was tank swapping on one boss fight. You got an extra button that swapped between the berserker and the tank on who was the tank, and you needed to swap on who gets hit, because if someone got hit twice in a row, they would die. These little spirits coming in, if you let them hit the boss would berserk and do more damage but take more damage, but if you click on a spirit, you would kill it. So you would need to choose, do I want to let this happen or not? These guys, one of them would freeze you, one of them would burn you, but the abilities canceled out. So every single boss had a mechanic that I was able to recognize, like, oh my god, this is from the fight in Karazhan in World of Warcraft, or oh god, this is the same as the Onyxia fight, or whatever. So it's in this simplified sprite form, but it's clearly inspired by someone who's studied many boss fights in MMOs over the years and turned it into this game. And can you do it while being the healer and being the one doing the mechanics while your party is just brain dead attacking, which basically is like playing an actual healer in an MMO. It's very fun. I would put it in loved it, but it's an early access, so to be fair, I'm going to put it here. Once you clear all the bosses in the game, which again took me about 10 hours, you unlock 2 different infinite modes. One is you just take your high-level character that you've got and go down a dungeon and go as far as you can until you break. And the other one is a roguelite mode, where you start again at like level 0 with a new character, and then each time you beat a room, you get a new ability unlock and you go as far as you can. But you might get a bad ability, you might get good luck or bad luck, and then if you die, you have to start over. So that's roguelike mode, obviously. So yeah, I would put this in loved it, maybe even hooked, but I'm gonna put it there because it's early access. Nitro Racing. Nitro Racing, this again, this was a sponsored stream. Oh, that's right, they had a standalone client, it wasn't on Steam. It was a sponsored stream. We did this for, I think like 1 hour. I'm just gonna say it was fun. This is mainly a game that you play with your Twitch chat in between other games. it's fun for what it is. Everyone in chat who types like join, they'll get a race car in the game with their name on it. It's kind of like the marbles on stream thing, except it's like watching Mario Kart. Everyone's slamming into each other and dropping banana peels and stuff like that. But it's done with simple Twitch commands. So for what it is, which was a free game, it was fun, but it's not something you would do like a dedicated 5-hour gaming session. You would kind of just do it in between other things. Noita. Another game we played for Mutiny Monday. Noita is a game where once again, it tries to trick you into learning programming. Noita is something where you play, it's this little 2D sprite game, but you picked up different magics and you can combine them in a million different ways. And as you can see here, and the game, like, look at this. Depending on what you put in these slots and the order of what you put them in these slots, they're going to do different things. And it was very, very, yeah, and this guy just killed himself because he just made like a shotgun. And now this guy is whizzing concrete. There's so much going on here. So I made substantial progress, but I certainly didn't get clear of everything. It was fun. Chat... it also had great chat integration. We had to turn certain things off because there were certain things, like one of the chat things that they could do was like every time you fire, you will fire a nuclear missile, and it would actually just literally the nuke would just blow up and kill me even if I was 5 screens away. So if I was already in the middle of firing and chat did that vote, I just died. I died, they died, we all died. So there were certain things we had to disable because chat was absolutely ruthless. But fun little game, very big brain for what it looks like. But I'm going to say did not finish it, but it was fun. It's just a Mutiny Monday Madness game. All right, one sec. We need a drink. Okay. Oh, man. We are getting there, chat. We are getting there. So many games. Noob. The full name of this game was Noob the Factionless, but it shows up on Steam as its French name, Noob Les Sans Factions. We played 27 hours of this. Again, I was sponsored to play 2 hours, and I was like, this is kind of cool. I'm going to play it to the end, and I'm going to keep going. And it's a very interesting take on the genre. It is a game where you play as 4 gamers who want to do esports, but you control them in the same way that you would control characters like playing an old Final Fantasy game. You know, you control 4 of them, you move around, stuff like that. Sometimes you're playing them in the real world, and sometimes you're playing them in the game that they're playing, which is what you see on the screen. And it was pretty fun. It's turn-based combat. Again, it's like old Final Fantasy games. It's turn-based. You control 4 people, go back and forth. And however, it was very important to remember you are playing people who are playing a game. Sometimes they will make a decision without consulting you. Like when they first choose their classes at the beginning of the game, they pick their class, think like they pick warrior, but you can choose how it's spec'd, if it's an offensive warrior, a defensive warrior, whatever. It was a pretty cool premise. However, I literally could not finish the game because it was crashing. I did a review video. I had the developer actually posted on the video. It was like, hey, sorry, you're dealing with this. If you're interested, you might be able to fix it by changing this and this and this and this and this. And the thing is, I was having fun, but I wasn't like, woo, noob. So I just, politely liked the comment, but I didn't want to fiddle with all that. So I'll say I didn't finish it, but it was fun. But I didn't love it so much that I wanted to go and mess with a whole bunch of crap in order to try to get it working when it was not working. Octopath Traveler 2. I did a review video for this one, a positive one. Fantastic game. Octopath had incredible... So Octopath Traveler was a game, again, 2-hour stream. I played it for 63 hours. These companies that hire me for these sponsored streams, they are getting their money's worth out of me. This game runs what they call HD 2D, high definition 2D environment. If you can see it on the screen right now. And this is the first thing that really drew me in. The graphics of this game are so... I don't even know the word for it. Engaging? They really hook me in. For a game that's 2D sprites, it has no right to look this good. That's what I'm trying to say. But basically, the Octopath, 8, Octo is 8, obviously. There's 8 people, and you choose one of them to play. And then over time, you meet the others, and then you play their story, and then they all meet up, and then you're controlling the whole party. Compelling. That's a good word. Now, one of them was like, there's this priest, Temenos. He is trying to, he's an inquisitor, and he's trying to solve crimes, and sometimes time will slow down, and in his head, it's like, Sherlock Holmes picking things apart. The wizard guy is essentially he's in jail for the murder of his family, and he did not murder his family. So he is trying to break out of jail, and then he is trying to find the person who did kill his family, and he is trying to get revenge on them. The story was so good. The story was very, very good. I enjoyed it quite a lot. Again, you get a lot of playtime. I got 63 hours out of it, and I just finished the main story. There is like after credits content, and I didn't even do that. So this was really, really good, very charming. I will remember that forever. Music was amazing. The graphics were fantastic. The gameplay was fun. If you're into those turn-based games, again, like Fire Emblem, old Final Fantasy games, this could be right up your alley. So I'm going to say it was absolutely fun. I'm honestly torn between loved it and fun. I'd probably put it in very high fun tier. Orcs Must Die 3. Orcs Must Die 3, there was one day, I forget what I was playing. I had just finished something, and I wanted to do something else, and I was looking at my Steam list. I was like, I've had this for a while. I want to play it. It's very similar to Dungeon Defenders. Orcs Must Die 3 is a game where you play as a person who is defending an objective, a crystal, a door, whatever, and the orcs and ogres and stuff like that are coming through, and you make traps. And then the traps will clear as many of them as they possibly can, and then you are, basically running around and fighting among your traps and trying to take out the stragglers that your traps are not able to kill, and take out as many as you can until you either win the game or you break. And so, yeah, same type of idea as Dungeon Defenders, but it's just a different game. It was very, very fun, very stupid, cheesy humor at the same time, but I had a lot of fun playing it. It took me 8.5 hours to clear it, but yeah, I'm going to say finished it, and it was fun. Path of Exile. Path of Exile, I have got at least 1 or 2 hours. Hang on. 1,681 hours. I was close. Of gameplay in that game. Now, back when Path of Exile had like 3 acts in the game, and Piety was the last boss, I cleared it. When it had 5 acts, I cleared it. When it had 10, I cleared it. When they had maps, and they started, after like Elder and Shaper got added, I never cleared it again. Not from that point on. I have so many hours played, and I love it. I can't clear it anymore. It's gotten to the point, there are some things about it I don't like. For example, the trade system in that game is atrocious. You have to like find what you want, open up an external website, go, do a search for the thing you want, find someone who has it, send them a whisper in game, see if they're available. They're probably AFK. Find the second best item, message them, they're in a map. They say wait 10 minutes. You have to wait 10 minutes for them to become available, meet them in town, do the trade. And it's a pain. So I never do trading in that game because I did it one league and it was so awful. I was like, I'll just have worse gear. I'd rather have worse gear than do this again. I don't like the trade system in that game. There is a very, very high skill ceiling in that game. I don't like copying builds in games like this. I like to just kind of figure it out. And that gets me pretty far. In the latest league, I got to level 89. And I was in like tier 15, tier 16 maps, and I had max resistances. All my skill gems were max level. Their quality was max level. I had 6 links. I was getting 1 shot, and my stuff was taking like 10 minutes to kill anything. And I was just like, I don't know how to get any stronger than this. I don't. Now, I could have gone and copied a build, but at that point, to me, that loses the satisfaction, so I would rather play a different game. Now, that's not to say I didn't enjoy the many tens of hours it took me to get to level 89, so I would still say I loved that. It's not a perfect ARPG for me, but at the same time, there are some people who love the sheer depth, and it's no secret that Path of Exile related build channels do very well for themselves on YouTube. So I'm not saying they need to change anything. I'm just saying that it gets to that point, and then I just kind of hit a wall. So I'm gonna say I love it. But it's not, it's like an almost perfect ARPG for me. You know, one of the things I'm looking forward to most for Path of Exile 2 is they said you'll be able to use WASD to move your character. So you can use WASD to move and mouse to aim, which means you can move left and shoot right at the same time. That's how the controls are in the Riftbreaker. But current Path of Exile doesn't allow that. Most ARPGs I play right now don't allow that. So I'm really looking forward to that. Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts 2, a Patreon member, sponsored me. They basically did the hijack the stream for one day to make me play Psychonauts. I loved it so much I finished the whole game. This, I didn't know what to expect looking at this chat. This looks like Nickelodeon to me. I did not know what to expect of this. You look at the graphics, there's this weird toad-looking child running around. This was incredible. This was absolutely incredible. The voice actors for Invader Zim and Gur are both in this game. This kid that you're watching right now, he basically, if he sees a problem that someone's having, he can project his mind into their mind and try to help them from in there. So all this crazy stuff you're seeing, for the most part, is in people's minds. And that's why he calls it Psychonaut. So like sometimes he might find a connection between greed, like the emotion of greed and the idea of money, and that connection makes someone a compulsive gambler. And so he's trying to sever the connection, but then there will be some massive boss that represents greed in there, and he has to defeat that and then get that. And it's absolutely crazy. It was a wild ride, and I loved every second of it. At some point, I need to go back and play the first Psychonauts because I never played that one. I was like, do I need to play the first one before I play the second one? They're like, no. It'll give you a little bit of backstory, but it's not required. But I loved the second one. So now I'm thinking about playing the first one just because I love the second one. So very, very fun game. Very much enjoyed it. Wonderful story, and the gameplay was fun at the same time. I'm going to put it there. Raft. Raft is a survival game similar to games like Valheim. And of course it's on a raft. I've done a video where I reviewed Raft. It is, I'll pull up a video here while I'm talking. But as you can imagine, you're on a little raft. There's debris floating by, like it's like the world has flooded, and it's almost like Waterworld, the movie, if any of you saw that. And you use that debris, things like milk cartons. You use those to make more flotation devices for the bottom of the raft to make more platforms. Sometimes you enter shallow areas where you can go get like rocks and stuff and use those. This shark, Bruce, he constantly badgers you. Eventually, you go up a tech tree to the point where you can make a radio, and you can find where different radio signals are coming from, and you can find different areas that are still above water, and you can just make your raft larger and larger and larger until it's basically like a floating city. But yeah, you find little islands and things like that. And essentially the goal is to find a place to call home. Find a place that still has people and supplies and call it home. And until then, you're basically making a home that floats. But it was a very fun game. I played through it. Me and my son played it for Father's Day. And then we continued playing it outside of stream until we finished it. All the episodes are on the Mukluk Plays YouTube channel if you want to see that. I will say it was a lot of fun. Me and Boy enjoyed it all the way to the end. Raid Shadow Legends. I did not realize I ever opened this category on Twitch this year. I don't know if I did that as a misclick or a joke. It is true. I have said this before in the past that Raid Shadow Legends has sponsored my stream like 4 or 5 times. They treated us very well. If you have any temptation to open the store in a video game, I do not recommend touching it with a 10-foot pole. That said, if you like strategy games and you can completely ignore the store, it is, for me, it's fun, third monitor content. I almost always have it on another monitor. It's more about like planning out something and then sending the characters you've carefully built off to go fight, something like that. They're not sponsoring me right now. I'm not trying to get you to play it. I'm just saying I enjoy it as a little third monitor strategy game that I just dabble in from time to time. I do not recommend it if you're a person who cannot fight temptation. They do have predatory monetization. I can ignore it. I can just not look at that. But if we actually have a group of people that still play it in the Discord community from back when I did the sponsored streams, because I did thousands of dollars worth of giveaways because of those sponsored things. Also, we still have a pair of the Mukluk underpants as part of one of the promotions. Look at that, wizard hats. It says, right on the butt crack. And you might want me to explain the existence of this item. And I declined to do that. So, Raid Shadow Legends, I'll say it's fun. I dabble with it on my other monitor. It's not like a main game or anything like that. I didn't even realize it was on this list. Next up, Remnant 2. Remnant 2. I did not play Remnant 1. Remnant 2 is like Dark Souls, except it's easier than Dark Souls because you've got a mucking gun. And I gotta say, it's a whole lot easier to run away from a boss shooting at it than it is to stay, underneath its kneecaps and try to not get stomped on. I would say among Souls-like games, Remnant 2 is one of the easiest ones I've ever played. It was very fun, though. It has a multi-class system, similar to Guild Wars 1, again, because of my audience, I'll make that comparison. I played, what did I play? A combination, I think I forget what it was called. One of the guys had a pet dog, and you could have the dog switch between offense and defense and support, where it would try to revive people and things like that. I had it set to support, and I was playing like a support character with the group, but you could like whistle, and the dog would like pounce and try to knock down an enemy and stuff like that. And then like I multi-spec into Summoner, which would summon these like weak demons that would temporarily distract enemies for you and things like that. Anyway, very fun game. If you like that sort of thing, I do recommend the boss fight in Remnant 2. I won't say what it was, but I'll say it was one of those moments in gaming that I'll remember forever. The final boss in Remnant 2 was absolutely... Oh, there's the dog person. Was absolutely amazing. I will not forget that fight, but I will not say what it was. But if you want to see what it was, you can check the final episodes of the Remnant 2 playlist on my YouTube channel. Okay, so we will put that in definitely fun. Resident Evil 4. Now, Resident Evil 4 is an old game, but they did a remake of it this year, so it's all new and shiny and nice. And you can play as Leon and get back into the nitty-gritty of things. Now, Resident Evil 4, the fourth evil resident, if you will. I had not played it before, so I was like, okay, well, it's around Halloween, we need more spooky games for October. Let's play RE4. I tried it out. It was fine. I finished it. It's got the usual jankiness of a Resident Evil game. You're playing Leon, but he turns like he's a freaking boat. He gets stuck on things constantly. You're fumbling with your inventory half the time. Anytime he needs healing, he like snorts drugs, and that somehow gets his health back. I think he was faking it. And it was fine. The story was cool. I played it through to the end. It was neat. That's really all I have to say about it. I'm just gonna put it and finished it. Played it for Halloween. It was all right. And that's basically it for me. Risk of Rain Returns. Risk of Rain Returns was a game I did a sponsored stream for. I was sponsored to play 2 hours, and I played 2 hours of it. That does not mean it was bad in any fashion. I would say it was a fun game, but I was just playing other games at that time that were more fun. So I played the 2 hours, and then I just never got around to opening it again. But you can see what it is right here. It's kind of a redo of the first Risk of Rain game, is my understanding. Whereas Risk of Rain 2 is like 3D, this one's 2D, but it has all of the same types of mechanics where like you level up, you get stronger, but if you die, you have to start all over. So it's a bit of a roguelike too. But it was a fun game. So I'm gonna file this under. Didn't finish it, but it was fun. Next up is Scorn. Scorn was a game that we played for, again, sponsored stream. I was paid to play 2 hours of it. I finished the game, which was only 4.5 hours. It wasn't that long. Scorn was a very interesting and unique game. It has no dialogue. The storytelling is entirely just figure it out, and man, ain't that gross. So it's really hard to tell you about this game because the whole thing is just like you're like look at that weapon. It's just like a jackhammer or something, and you've got you got extra arms that are killing you, and you're riding a living subway, and I don't want this to get demonetized by YouTube, so I'm gonna stop that there. But it was just, yeah, the baby smoothie. No, I will not be explaining that. The whole game is just you wake up in a gross wasteland with gross machines made out of gross things, and you're also gross and maybe naked. and good luck to you. And you got to figure out what's going on. So it's an interesting game, and at the end, you know, it's one of those things where at the very end you find a you go to Google and you're like, can someone explain this to me? Because you're like, I have no, like, okay, I've beaten the game. I see what happened. What happened? So we Googled the ending and tried to find other people's interpretations of the ending. But I'll say it was very memorable because it was just I mean, it wasn't silent. There's a lot of ooey gooey noises, but there was no talking. There was no dialogue. You don't read or like, you know, hear anything. Just the whole thing was environmental storytelling. So I would say, I'm just going to say we finished that one. Did not hate it. Didn't love it either. It was just a trip. It was just a trip. Okay. Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars, once again, a game that we were sponsored to play 2 hours of. And because I am an overachiever, I played 28. And we finished the whole base game. Sea of Stars is, again, similar to Fire Emblem, old Final Fantasy games, things like that. You control a party. You start out with just these two people. They were born on the solstice. One, the blue hair is the moon, and he's the sun. They have different abilities. One of the coolest abilities in the game, I think they show it at some point during this trailer. There's their other friend, Garl, best character in the game. Let's see, there's the assassin. Give me a second. Music in this game is really good too. This. Alright, see this? She fires this thing called a moonerang. She can perfect parry it. So she shoots it at an enemy, and she perfect parries it, it'll hit another enemy, and she could perfect parry it again, and it gets faster each time. With perfect reaction, you could perfect parry it over 20 times. And it is so satisfying. But at first, it's just like parry, 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 and then you're just beating the key at that point and hoping it works out. But yeah, I've gotten over like 20 or 30 perfect parries on it before, and it's just like bing, 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 and it's just bouncing between you and the enemy and just ripping them to shreds. It's very satisfying. Now, you don't have to be able to do that. It's a great game even without that. The storytelling was amazing. I know I've said that multiple times today, but that's because I play good games. Muck you. The storytelling in this game was amazing. The gameplay was good. Like, I would say this, if the storytelling was a 10, the gameplay was an 8. It was fine. It was a fun, cute little game. I've got a full review video on it if you wish to watch that. But that's kind of the 60 seconds gist of the game. It was enjoyable. There is end game content after the credits. I finished it up till the credits, then decided to stop there. Honestly, just for my audience, because, I stream both as a job and for fun. For my audience wasn't super into it. I would say, like, I just got less viewers when I was playing that. So I finished, like, I got to, like, hour 10 on stream, and then I did, like, the next 18 hours off stream and just put recorded episodes up on my second channel, and then just decided to stop when I hit the end credits. There is more content after that, though. Very cool game if you're interested in that type of genre. Would recommend it if you're into that. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. All right, these games, oh man, very mixed feelings. Okay, Jedi Fallen Order, very fun game. It's a Souls-like game. It's Star Wars, has some very famous voice actors in it. Let's see, Fallen Order, you play as this guy who, just like 1,000 other Jedi, survived Order 66. And he's trying to stay alive and hide the fact that he's a Jedi. Until one day, and what I'm telling you is in the first 10 minutes of the game, he uses the Force in order to save a friend who is falling. And that triggers an alert because apparently they have radars for that or something. I don't know. And the dark side people, who vastly outnumber the Jedi at this point in the story, show up to try to hunt him down. And he ends up, he's having to train to become a Jedi to live. Like, he doesn't want to. He's like, F this life. And that makes him very relatable. But he ends up, going through and trying to live, stuff like that. This game was great. I actually loved it. It was a Star Wars game, but by the end, when you get really into, like, the combat system, you actually felt like a Jedi. Like, you're fighting the boss, and it's like, okay, I can parry that, I can parry that, I can dodge that, I can dodge that, can't interrupt this force, and you make them stagger for a second, and then you get a few hits in, you go back on the defensive. Like, you would build up a rhythm. Like, if they do A, I do B. If they do C, I do D. If they do E, I push them in the face with the force. It was really, really fun as all of these mechanics came together. That was Fallen Order. Survivor was plagued by one of the worst launches I've ever seen. Let me hang on just a second here. Exclamation, worth it. Let me open. This is the wrong thing. Hold on. Exclamation review. That'll teach me to use is it worth it for multiple things. Okay. Reviews. Here we go. Where is Star Wars? There we go. Jedi Survivor. There is one here, and I make concise game. Okay. Anything negative to say? Cup, it's time for what you've been waiting for. When Jedi Survivor launched, it was in a nearly unplayable state for over 50% of the people who reviewed the game on Steam, which bombarded it with negative reviews. It was so bad that EA issued an apology letter, which I don't even know how to feel about at this point. For those of us that could play the game, we saw broken tooltips, climactic moments ruined by seizuring NPCs, floating poncho pixels, warped clothing, interactables through walls, enemies firing through other enemies to hit you. Every time I used the holotable to travel, my computer fans began spinning so fast Elon Musk wanted to use it for the next mission to Mars. Even in the final boss fight, which I won't show for spoiler reasons, I had a couple of attempts end by me and the boss falling through the floor. There were also 3 mini-games added to this game. All right, I think that's enough to get the point across. The point is, the Survivor, when I played it, I finished it. I finished it. I'm just gonna say I finished it. Fallen Order was great. I'm just gonna say I finished Survivor. It had so many problems. The mission to Mars thing gets me every time. Dude, I swear, every time I open the mission table, I thought the stream was crashing. Like, my computer would just, and then like the camera would go into a slideshow. I don't know what it was. That mission table would kill my computer. So yeah, we finished Survivor. You survived Survivor. Ah ha 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 ha, yes. All right, Lego Fortnite for the win. I've not played Lego Fortnite. I've heard good things though. Excuse me. Okay. Starfield. I think it says a lot about the game that I don't see anyone on Twitter thirsting over any Starfield characters. I'm seeing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 thirst. I think you can measure how successful a game is by how thirsty the internet is for that game. I have not seen any Starfield thirst. Like, Starfield is a desert. In many worlds, they're all deserts. So, Starfield. I wanted to get into it. A very kind viewer bought me the game, and I was like, oh, you know, I am interested in trying the game, thank you. And I tried it out. I played Morrowind, I played Oblivion, I played Skyrim. I went into Starfield, and there was some of the mechanics of moving around, stuff like that. I don't know, it just didn't click. I just wasn't having fun. I really couldn't put my finger on it. I will say, at one point, I had to do a planet survey. I went to a planet, and I had to run around and scan every creature and every plant in order to catalog the planet. And I couldn't find the last thing. I was running around for over an hour. Chat's like, oh, it's in the ocean. So I had to land near the ocean, but you can't click on the ocean to land near the ocean. You have to click on the land near the ocean. And if you don't pixel perfect get it on the beach, you don't land in an area with beach. It doesn't generate an area with beach. There's no beach, no beaches. And finally I land near the beach. I'm like, okay. And they're like, yeah, now you got to swim. And I just swim for like 30 minutes to find a fish that I hadn't scanned. I finally scan it, and I get the planet cataloged. And then I turn in the quest, and it gave me like 50 XP, which is like killing a bandit. And I was like, why did I do this? This was so boring. This was 2 hours of boring. And I look it up, and you know, Starfield, the team was just like, oh, yeah, some of the planets are boring because, or sorry, not boring. Some of the planets are empty because in real life, some planets are empty. And it's just like, yeah, but real life sucks. That's why we play games, you idiot. Like, what are you doing? Why are some of the... So I literally cataloged a planet one time. That one time that involved chasing fish for like 2 hours. I was like, never again. It was absolutely awful. So that part I hated. And then the last part that I played it, I remember I finished this quest called the Mantis, and I got a new starship and a new legendary set of armor. I should have been on Cloud 9, chat. I should have been so hyped to continue the game. That was the last time I logged in. I logged out with a brand new starship and a brand new set of legendary armor, and I was just like, man, I don't even want to open it up again. I don't know. It was just so boring. I couldn't. It was just so boring. It was so boring. So yeah, I'm gonna say I couldn't finish it. I played quite a bit of it. Let me get an exact count here. I played 18 hours. I couldn't go any further than that. Just the systems overall were bleh. On a completely unrelated note, did you see how disappointed Todd Howard looked at the Game Awards? That was kind of funny. All right, Stranded Alien Dawn. So Stranded Alien Dawn was a game where I was sponsored to play 2 hours of it. However, they laced it with something because 264 hours later, I still can't put this game down. This game is so freaking good. It's 3D RimWorld. If any of you haven't seen it, it's 3D RimWorld. You basically, you make a colony, you got to deal with a colony simulator stuff, you got to deal with, is it too hot, is it too cold, do they have food, do they have medicine, do they have a shelter for when it's snowing, or do they have frostbite, and then the Zerg attack you from time to time, and you got to deal, do they have, actually pants are completely optional, that's fine, but yeah, you got to deal with this stuff, and they keep adding updates, and every one of them is an absolute banger. They are all, like, look, this one, they added freaking mech warriors in this update. What? So it's like, yeah, we're stranded on a planet. We got 2 sticks. Let's make a mech warrior. Excuse me? Yeah, it was so good. Do recommend. And you know what? This is going to be 2 years in a row. One of the games that I'm putting in S tier. Because I can't put it down. It's so good. Every time there's an update, I do a new playthrough of the whole game on the hardest difficulty. And yeah, it's also doing very well on my second channel. Fun fact, among the games that I've done review videos for, excuse me, that game's review video is doing the best out of all of them. It is doing very, very well. And one guy's a bit psychotic and likes to put sick people in the fermentation barrels. We don't talk about that. Styx, Master of Shadows. All right. Styx was a very interesting... Styx Master of Shadows. I still need to play part 2 of it, which is... Oh, there's my review video. I still need to play Shards of Darkness. Styx is about a rude, crude, lewd piece of pre-chewed food dude, Goblin.
I was born in a dried-up lake bed. It was a big, dead tree. Dozens of my kind crawling around like rats. I wasn't like them.
It's not working. Dang it! I broke it. Going full screen broke it. Freaking Steam.
My vision blurred. I don't know what happened before that.
Alright, I don't know. Anyway, it's a stealth game where you play a very rude, crude, trash-talking, goblin-like creature named Styx. You sneak around, you assassinate people. He has a few unique powers from this thing called the Amber. He can use it to kind of like spit out some goo and it will form into a clone of him, which can distract a guard and stuff like that. But he is a very interesting story. The gameplay element was a stealth game. You know, it was sneak past or murder past a bunch of guys and get to an objective. Every mission was basically that. Sometimes the mission was get to a location to continue the story. Sometimes it was like get to a lever or, take out a certain enemy, assassinate somebody, stuff like that. It was pretty cool. I'm not even that into stealth games. I enjoy them from time to time, but Styx was definitely a fun game. The writing made it even better. Oh, that's the wrong category. Finished it fun is what I'm looking for. The writing was really good. And like the gameplay was fun and the writing was fun. You know, he reacts as I think a normal person would react in most situations. Like someone will be like, all right, you're gonna need to go here and do here and then pull this lever and do a little dance. And he'll be like, this is bullshit. Like, are you effing kidding me? And I'm like, yeah, that's what I would say. That's spot on. So yeah, this is basically what Gollum would have been if the game was good, if you're interested in that. So yeah, and I still haven't played the second one. I want to. First game was great though. Summer of 58. Summer of 58 is, once again, we're looking at games I played during October for spooky time. This game took me 80 minutes to clear it. This game, I mean, it was an October game. It's a spooky game. You're a YouTuber, which are just the worst of people. By the way, like and subscribe if you would, please. You are a YouTuber who you decide that you are going to go into this school where people died or something, and you are going to record a video of you staying overnight there because that's a good freaking idea. And yeah, really bad stuff happens while you're there. It's a very short adventure about a school where bad stuff happened in the past, and now you're poking the beehive, so bad stuff's happening again. It was about 80 minutes long. It was spooky. It definitely made me jump and squeal like a very masculine man a couple times. I'm going to say finished it though, just because I don't like horror games. But if you're looking for 80 minutes of spooky, yeah, you can do that. Tales of Berseria. Oh boy, Tales of Berseria is a weeaboo game. I was sponsored by a patron to play it for one night, which is, they basically pay me for 5 hours stream. Shoot, what? Why am I getting a giant Shugo here? What the heck? I am not clicking on whatever that is. Anyway, so Shugo sponsored me to play 5 hours of it. I ended up playing the whole thing for 45 hours. It was all right. Apparently, I don't really understand how this fits into the Tales of the Borderlands series, but, what do I know? I'm not a writer. But it's another game that plays like Final Fantasy and Fire Emblem and stuff like that. It's turn-based, but at the same time, you play this lady that has, very ripped up clothes because, that's the only way to contain her power or something like that. The storytelling was all right. Some of it was really cheesy. Some of it was, power of friendship, but it wasn't so cheesy that, like, no one ever died. That's like a big thing in some of the cheesy animes is just like literally no one ever dies. This one, loss was a risk. That was something that could happen. The story was pretty good. I played it all the way to the end, and this is something that is very outside the realm of what I normally played. Now, I have not been so tempted by this to then go play the next games in the series, but as far as bang for your buck, you get a lot of playtime for one purchase. Again, it took me like 45 hours to clear the thing. So I'm gonna say finished it. I'm gonna put it. It was fun. I'm gonna put it at like lower B tier for me. But it was fun. It was above C tier. What is this? Oh, this is the Terminator thing. Okay, so this isn't fair to include this. I did a sponsored stream one day where Terminator Dark. What is it called? Hold on. Terminator Dark Fate. Terminator Dark Fate is an RTS game that's coming out, and they sponsored a bunch of people to basically show their community the broadcast where they were showing off their game's beta footage and what was coming soon. And I like RTSs. Not many people know that. I don't claim to be amazing at them, but I enjoy them. I played Warcraft 1, 2, 3, StarCraft 1 and 2, Total Annihilation, Supreme Commander, Command & Conquer Red Alert, Tiberian Sun, and a bunch of others. I like RTSs. So I was like, yeah, I'd love to do that. I'll check it out. So it was cool, but it's not a game that I've played. It's not out yet. We watched a broadcast about it. So I'm just gonna leave the Terminator Dark Fate button down there. Last Spell. I loved it. Last Spell was amazing. Once again, I did a review video for it. There it is right there. Last Spell is a game that is...
Welcome to the last...
he's going to be talking, so I'll turn that down. It is turn-based, and you control these little characters. There is so much variety. Like, the map is slightly different each time. The characters are different each time. It's like there's a huge pool of features that they can have, and then it pulls from that pool, and so they're slightly different every time. Maybe they're good with one-hand weapons, maybe they're good with magic, maybe they're ambidextrous. There was one time I actually had 3 heroes on a map, and 2 of them spawned in with 1 arm. So between my 3 heroes, I had 4 arms to defend my village, and I'm not bitter about that at all. It was extremely difficult. You couldn't use 2-handed weapons, can't use shields, you got 1 fucking arm. So, yeah, by the way, shout out to my 1-arm viewers. I've got low-intensity guides if you need them. I'm just talking about Last Spell right now. Anyway, the game is awesome. The premise is basically, a bunch of stupid mages, freaking mages, hate mages. They did magic nuclear war, and there's not many people left alive, and the people that died from magic nuclear war are these undead that are shambling toward the living. Now, the remaining mages have found that they can solve this problem by casting the last spell, which is essentially, it will delete all magic from the world if they can get this off. So there's a bunch of mages, kind of like a nexus or a core in the middle of your base, that are trying to cast this, and you got to survive until, you know, turn 10 or turn 20, whatever the objective is for that map, in order for them to cast the spell, which deletes magic from that area, and then all the monsters drop to the ground lifeless. However, you know, there's so much variety. Each day you have a certain amount of resources, and you can use that to build more walls or build more production. If the production stays alive, it gives you additional, maybe like a blacksmith might make a new suit of armor each day that the blacksmith is undestroyed, because monsters will be trying to destroy everything. You can make ballistas that help you fight. You can buy items from the shop instead of spending your money on buildings and use the items to equip your heroes. You can buy more heroes, but they'll have less equipment than if you bought more equipment. So there's so many different ways that you can do this, and the heroes themselves have massive talent trees, and it was just a very fun game. Incredible music, really, really good. And oh yeah, this was the animated trailer. But yeah, it's awesome game. I would love to see it get the recognition it deserves. I don't think it has yet. I am going to definitely put this in the loved it category. Absolutely loved it. The Mortuary Assistant. Mortuary Assistant was another game that we played for Halloween. Now, Mortuary Assistant is, it's what it sounds like. So, you know, mortuaries, of course, where people go to get ready to be, like, you know, buried in the ground or have a live, what is it called? Not live, an open casket funeral, things like that. And you work there on the night shift all by yourself, because that's fine. And so you're working there, and you basically get bodies that come in, and you have to treat them. And it'll be things like, you know, plug this tube in, drain all the fluids, you know, tape the eyelids shut so that, you know, they don't open their eyes mysteriously. And then suddenly the body flies out of the room. And you're like, ah, what's going on? And then you turn around and it's back and stuff like that. So basically things start going bump in the night. It's a spooky place. You're trying to figure out what, and you're surrounded by dead people, which just makes things worse. It's a horror game. I finished it. I got through it. I did it for Halloween. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. If you like spooky, you're going to love that. The Rift Breaker. Oh boy. I actually found out, you know, we were talking about Sully Gnome. Let me show you guys something. Let's see. Let me go back a page here. Games I played in the last year. Rift Breaker. If I click on Guild Wars 2, just to show you guys something, this is the most watched streamers in the Guild Wars 2 category in the last year. As you can see, I'm up there. Your boy Teapot in the #1 slot. Very firm #1 spot. Lorenity catching up to me. These are the top streamers of Guild Wars 2. I'm most known in that category. But here's something that is pretty wild. If I click on Rift Breaker, I found out the day before yesterday, I'm apparently the #1 Rift Breaker streamer, and it's not even close. That's insane. Xor Studios is the company that makes the game, by the way. This guy has a lot of viewers. However, he only streamed it for 4 hours. I think he just did a sponsored stream or something like that. So I'm apparently the #1 Riftbreaker streamer and the #3 Guild Wars 2 streamer, which is kind of cool. But we play Riftbreaker every single Monday, and we do what's called Mutiny Monday. And Riftbreaker has a thing where every couple of minutes it does a vote in chat. It'll be like, press A if you want to drop a tornado on him, press B to steal his money, C to break his kneecaps, and you know, Flute Girl's like C, 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 and everyone does a vote and it adds it up and it will do whatever. On top of that, there is a console in the game, so I can just be like, spawn 5 tornadoes on me or whatever. And we usually do like 1 sub is 1 disaster. So if someone gives 5 subs and then it's like, you know, give me, you know, 1 earthquake, 1 volcanic rock rain, 1 ion storm, a tornado on your head, an attack from the east, and a Diet Coke. And I'm just like, okay. And I've gotten really good at the game because I'm suffering through that constantly. But yeah, I pay my bills via Mutiny Mondays, and it's gotten really good. But yeah, I actually joined the Rift Breaker Discord. This is it right here, Xor Studios. And I introduced myself the other night after finding out that I was like really, I was like the top Rift Breaker streamer. I was like, hey, just introducing myself. I love your product. If I can help you guys with any community events or anything, dude, hit me up. You know, so they're all on Christmas break right now, but I don't know, maybe something happened. But it's kind of cool just to know that, you know, big fish, small pond situation. Like, it's kind of cool to know that how much we've streamed in that other category. I didn't even realize it. But yeah, Rift Breaker, S tier. If anyone has no idea what this is, Riftbreaker is a game that is like they tried to combine an RTS and an action RPG, and they actually did a good mucking job. You play the game, you make a base, but then you also control this bot. And while you're controlling the bot, left click is your left arm, right click is your right arm. Now, you can have the same weapon on both arms, or you can have different weapons on different arms, like left click sword, right click machine gun, or nuclear launcher and ice gun, or flamethrower and giant hammer, or fist, or giant spears. And there's different maps. You can see them here. There's lava maps and acid maps and radioactive deserts and just normal tropical maps, which are the most balanced ones. And there's lots of different things that you can do. And then again, there's base building is a very strong component as well. And it's a very, very solid base building thing. I have got how much do I have in this? 291 hours. I love this game. I'm constantly looking for new challenges. At this point, we've beaten the game with 500% more monsters. We're currently playing it on double monster damage, 5 times gravity. So when I'm like, I throw a grenade, I'm like, and the grenade goes like 2 feet because the gravity is so high right now. We're looking for any excuse to play it again because we're having so much fun playing it. It's really, really good. But yeah, so S tier, I can't put it down. We play it every single week, and apparently I've been doing a lot in that category, and I didn't even realize it. They Are Billions. They Are Billions was a game that came out not in the last year, but I had the itch to play it again in the last year, and we played it. And I did like half of it on brutal, and then I had to turn it from brutal down to hard mode for the second half because I could not beat the second half. And apparently beating the final level on brutal, it's just like, first of all, the game doesn't let you just save and reload. If you fail a mission, you got to restart it from the beginning. So it'd be like, replay hours of stuff each time you fail. So They Are Billions is a game where you basically everyone in the world except a few cities are zombies, and you're trying to expand. So it's an RTS sort of, but if one zombie gets into one of your houses and that house had 4 people in it, then 5 zombies come out. So the biggest risk is like the area where your houses are. If literally one guy gets in, it makes a chain reaction, and within like 10 to 15 seconds, you are going to end up with hundreds or even thousands of zombies that are storming your base from the inside out. And usually it's game over at that point. If they get into your residential area, which is your gold producing area, there's so much population in there, and the zombie bite spreads like wildfire. And the map can actually handle tens of thousands of units on the map attacking you at the same time. And it does not lag. Like, it's extremely impressive. You see that was a great example right there. See this farm? So like the zombies break the farm. Instantly, there's another 20 zombies. Every building that gets basically eaten or destroyed by these things becomes more zombies. And so it gets out of control really fast, but very fun little RTS, very enjoyable. That's the town hall building. If that gets destroyed, you lose and have to start that level over. But we ended up playing it through the whole game again, just recently. And I'm absolutely going to say I loved it. I loved it. Titanfall 2, permission to post a game trailer? Permission granted. I'm not going to watch it right now though. Titanfall 2. I had some people like, you got to play this, you got to play this, you got to play this. And I was like, all right, look, I'm not really interested in playing the multiplayer of this. I'll play, does it have a campaign? They're like, yes. So I played the campaign. Chad, I was shocked. It's so good. Oh my God. It's so good. Like, there is this one part I will never forget where I was going through it, and it's like, you play this guy, and this robot's trying to keep you safe. You see he's like blocking bullets. Sometimes you ride in the robot, sometimes he literally throws you. They call it like the fastball special or something. And then you're going through, and there's this one part you get this device that lets you jump in time. And you're in a building, and you're traveling through it, and you get to a section that's collapsed. You go back in time when it was like a ruined building. You go back in time to a part where the building was fine and it's populated, and now you're an intruder. and people are trying to stop you, and you're like, you disarm this guy, block this guy, someone tries to shoot at you, you jump back to the future, and now there's like a velociraptor attacking you, and then you get to the other side, and then you go back in time and shoot the guy in the back of the head that was aiming at you a second ago, and you're like bouncing all over the place, and in the future you're finding records of them like screaming as some guy is teleporting all over the place, which you find out is you, and it was insane. Like, it was such a short campaign. God, it was like 4 hours of gameplay in the campaign, and it was so good. Like, I've heard stories about how they really dropped the ball at the launch and people didn't really get into it and they didn't get funding to continue, and now I understand. But, oh my God, like, if you get the chance to play the story of this, just the story mode, at least, it's got multiplayer too. I have no experience in it. I didn't try it. I didn't even care. But the single player campaign was so memorable. It was so memorable. So I am going to say it was very, very fun. I'm going to put it up here. I didn't love it so much that I did multiple playthroughs, but my God, it was a good one playthrough. Didn't get funding. Apex came out of this. Well, maybe I'm using the wrong word. They didn't get the support to continue making more like story-driven games. Like, Apex is just a battle royale. As someone who doesn't like battle royales, I've got zero interest in playing that. But the story of this was incredible. V Rising. V Rising, most people know what that is. It's a survival type game like Valheim, but you're a vampire. And it uses a top-down camera mode like action RPGs. It was pretty cool. I played it after they did the latest update. Gloom, what was it? Gloom something? Hang on a sec. V Rising. What was it? It was Gloomhaven? I think it was Gloomhaven. But V Rising came out with a new update. It was pretty cool. I tried it out. Noxxi, the Noxian, hosted a server that I joined, and we played that. And a couple things about the game. V Rising, unless they've changed it, I do not recommend playing it single player on your own computer, because sometimes you'll start like a research project and it says it'll finish in 10 hours, but the game has to be open for 10 hours. So you need to join a server where the server is always up, so even when you close the game, the timers are progressing. Otherwise, you have to leave the game open for 10 hours. Gloomhaven is a board game, has digital version. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of something else. But in any case, oh, this is still in early access? I thought this was done. I don't know if it's still that way. Secrets of Gloomrot. Okay, thank you. So I played the game. Secrets of Gloomrot added a bunch of new bosses, added a new magic type and new stuff like that. It was fun. I cleared all the bosses, and then 3 new ones that were intended for multiplayer spawned, and it warns you of that. I killed 2 of the 3 intended for multiplayer. The last one I was doing attempts on. Now, remember, this is a game on a server, so I couldn't just reload. I couldn't so every time I died and failed a boss, I had to do a very long run back to try it again, which is annoying, because sometimes it'd be daytime, and the sun would burn you. So getting back to do additional boss attempts was a pain. So you get back, and then you try it, and then my gear broke. I spent a few hours trying the final boss, and my gear broke, and then I realized I needed to go farm glass for like 30 minutes, then go to this lightning field with glass bottles, capture lightning in charged jars, and then use that back in town to be able to repair my amulet to get its durability back up to where it would give me my stats again, so that I could then do more attempts on the final boss. I had to basically go do an hour plus of farming to do more attempts on the final boss. And I was like, I'm not having so much fun that I'm willing to do that. So after Gloomrot came out, I cleared the whole game except the final boss fight, but it was intended for being fought by multiple people. I did see some YouTube videos of people soloing it. They were doing incredible gaming. I did not do that. You gave up on Adam? Yeah, I never killed Adam. I never killed Adam solo. My gear was all broken, and I was like, all right, I'm done. But it was fun. It was fun, and it was something intended for multiplayer that I never finished. So I'm just going to say I'm going to put that, or I guess it didn't. Well, no, it's early access. I got to still put it in early access. But I would say I would put that in fun. Hi, is it your bedtime? Okay, chat, I'm going to tell the boy good night. I will be right back. Okay, we are back. Apparently the tab changes whenever I hit that.
Something.
Just throw it in the trash. Okay. Let's see. Dude, what happened? Okay, it's like the view changed. Apparently hitting the button to like unmute my mic changed the view or something. Anyway, okay. Next one, Vampire Survivors. I think everyone knows what Vampire Survivors is, but you know, just to be thorough here, Vampire Survivors is a game that is a couple dollars and has no right to be as fun as it is for a game where all you do is press ASDF. That's it. It's a very simple game. It is not the first game of this genre, but it is the game that blew up in this genre. And it's inspired lots of other games. However, after playing Vampire Survivors, I was greatly motivated to try out other games similar to Vampire Survivors. And that's how I ended up playing God of Weapons, Soulstone Survivors, and Halls of Torment. And ever since playing God of Weapons, Halls of Torment, and Soulstone Survivors, I will say I never opened Vampire Survivors again. So I did like it. It was fun. I loved those others a bit more. Those were really, really, really good in my eyes. Viewfinder. Viewfinder is a game where you have a camera. And God, it's really hard to explain. Yeah, hold on. I'll pull up a video here. It is a game where it's all about perspective. So if you take this and you say, there's like an open gap here, okay? And then he takes a picture of the floor and then holds the picture up to the open gap, and then it just stays there and you can get across. So it's a puzzle game.
Been a while.
And you go through it and you basically it's like Superliminal. You basically take pictures of things and then put them in a place, and then it becomes part of the world, and you use that to get through the world. So like right here, there's a gate in the way. He takes a picture of open air, and then he puts it over the gate, and then there's a hole in the wall, and then he can jump through. Stuff like that. So this was a very neat little puzzle game. Yeah, all that stuff just falls. However, it was quite short. I cleared the whole game, including every single bonus level, in 4.2 hours. So the only negative thing I would really say about it, and I got a review video on that one, is it was not very long. I got a lot of chat help for this game. I think I got stuck on one level and I got chat help. And I was on the right track for the solution, but I couldn't figure out how to make it happen. I was like, I need to do X. I don't know how to. And then someone in chat told me. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, it was fun, but I wish the game had been longer. Darktide. Darktide's a fun game. I would say Darktide, it had a poor launch. It could have been better. And they kept adding stuff to the store instead of fixing the game's problems or adding the things that the game advertised it was going to have at launch. So they got a lot of negative feedback, and they were like, okay, yeah, sorry, we messed up. And then they started doing better and adding more stuff to the game. I played it again just recently because they did a new update where they added all the talent trees and stuff, which was awesome. Really, really liked it. I really only play Psyker in that game. However, I still like playing Vermintide 2 more for two reasons. One, there's a scoreboard at the end, so you can see like who did the most headshots, who killed the most specials, who killed the most elites, who did the most damage, who saved people the most times, who did the most healing. I love that scoreboard. And the second thing is Twitch integration. Vermintide 2 has Twitch integration. My community freaking loves that. Darktide doesn't have either of those things. So for those reasons, I do find Darktide fun. I still like playing it from time to time. Vermintide 2 is still better in my eyes because of that. And here's Vermintide 2. We were just talking about that. So I'm gonna put it in. I love it. I usually just play this when I'm doing collabs with other streamers. Lately I've been doing it with Lorenity and Noxxi and ShyPatch. Very fun game. Very much enjoy it. And it's cool to see like, okay, oh man, Laura did way more damage than me on this one, which never happens. But I got way more headshots, which is cool. So she did more boss damage. I got more little kills, stuff like that. It's really cool seeing the stats and stuff at the end. Warhammer Realms of Ruin, Age of Sigmar. That's actually the most recent review video I did. There it is right there. I put googly eyes on the orc. And was a very cool game. It is the first Warhammer game, well, I guess aside from Vermin, well, no, I don't, Vermintide's not Age of Sigmar. It's the first Age of Sigmar game I played. The story is definitely the best part. The gameplay is that of a very mediocre RTS. Let me give you an example. When your units engage in melee combat, they are locked in. You cannot micro them at all. They are fighting to the death unless you hit the retreat button, in which case they will run all the way back to the start of the map. Even if you have a base closer, they will run in a straight line, even if that means running through enemy camps, to the start of the map. So there was quite a few negative things I could say. Overall, it was a fun game, but I very much played it all the way to the end because the story was so good. I wanted to see what's going to happen next. The cinematic cutscenes, the conversations were so freaking good. And it's basically the Age of Sigmar, Sigmarines versus the orcs was most of it. But occasionally you would experience flashbacks where you played Tzeentch people and you were fighting against, I don't know what they're called, but it's basically undead. But yeah, it was a cool game. It was fun. But it was because of the story, not because of the gameplay in my eyes. I tried to give it a very fair review, though. I was very critical of like what it did well and what it didn't. So I'm going to say I finished it. Just to kind of balance out those two big things. What is an S tier so far? Guild Wars 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Grim Dawn, Stranded Alien Dawn, and Riftbreaker for me. Let's see. Wizard with a Gun. Wizard with a Gun is an interesting little roguelike. That's basically, it's the end of the world just ended, and you are able to keep going back in time and relive the last 5 minutes of the end of the world. And each time, you try to gather more and more resources. And you use these resources to advance your technology, to make electric bullets, ice bullets, mind control bullets, vine-growing bullets, all kinds of crazy stuff. And you use this stuff to improve your chances to the next time. To try to figure out why the world's ending and stop it. And these wizards have been trying to do this for, like, from their perspective, hundreds of years. And some of them are just going insane. They're like giving up. But essentially they're combining magic and the power of Murica to take out these monsters and do different things. It's like that was an ice bullet there and stuff like that. But this is like a little cinematic thing. The actual gameplay, it kind of looks like Cult of the Lamb when you're playing it. Like it's a top-down, move-around thing. Just basically get as much resources and new research and technology as you can and bring it back to your wizard tower before the world ends again. And then do it over and over. And as your research progresses, you can go further back in time, which allows you to essentially access more of the world before it was destroyed. So the available map gets larger, which is a really cool concept. I loved the concept. It was not nearly as just two-dimensional as I thought the story was going to be. It actually had a really solid little story. It was a cute little game. It took me 12 hours to clear the whole thing, but they have said that they are adding more to it. I don't recall if this one is early access or not. Muck, hi Star, happy birthday. No, it's not early access, but they have said they're adding more to it. So I'm going to put Wizard with a Gun in. It was fun. It was a fun game. It was a fun game. Wild Hearts. Wild Hearts was, of course, a game that's like Monster Hunter. I'm not even a huge Monster Hunter fan. I played Monster Hunter World. Why am I typing in Monster Hunter? I played Monster Hunter World. I played it all the way to the end, and it was fine. And then I never really had the urge to open the game again. It's just not a game that's, crack to me. It's just not that good. I enjoyed it enough to finish it, but not to play more than that. Wild Hearts added a building mechanic. And it had similar stuff to Magicka, where you would remember certain combinations, like QQ, EWQ, and then it would make like a wall right as an enemy was charging you, and it would bounce off the wall. Or you would make like a giant ballista that would fire one shot, stuff like that. So it was Monster Hunter with occasional, bursts of Fortnite stuff. Like you can see this right here. And honestly, it was Really cool. I don't recognize that. This was added in an update after I played. I don't remember, firing a Beyblade at people. But the game was pretty neat. It did have a lot of, you see mixed reviews. It had a lot of glitches and stuff at launch. So it had some problems. I would say overall, very cool game. If they get all the problems fixed, I think it's an excellent addition to that genre. I think the building mechanic was done well, and it's just a matter of them like ironing out all the little problems that happened with the launch of the game. But again, I'm not a diehard fan of Monster Hunter, so it's a matter of whether or not other people are going to be into it. But for me, personally, I'm going to say I finished it and it was fun. I did clear all the content that was available at the launch. I just had no desire to just do it over and over and over afterward. Can you post this list later, please? And you just have to play. Yeah, this will be a video later on the YouTube channel, Nate, if you're interested. Last one. I say this for last because I wasn't really sure, because I have not finished this because I'm in the middle of playing this. Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Now, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader is currently the game I'm doing during my morning streams other than Guild Wars Tuesday. Now, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader is a CRPG. Oh my god, what's happening? And Nate, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's Vampire Survivors music, by the way. Yo, you jump scared me a little bit. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate the support. I'll read those off in a bit, but I do thank you very much. Rogue Trader is a classic RPG, similar to Baldur's Gate 3. It is made by Owlcat Games, the same company that made Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. And it is their first game in the Warhammer universe. So, let me see if it'll let me full screen without bugging. So, praise the Emperor, death to the heretics, that's heresy, you need to be shot, stuff like that. It is really freaking cool. I very much enjoying this game. I love it. You play as what is called a rogue trader. A rogue trader is basically someone who has I think it's called a writ of trade, and you are allowed to trade with anyone if it enhances the Imperium. If it helps the humanity, you're allowed to bend the rules. So you're as this, what in the heck am I looking at? I have not seen this scene yet. I have not seen that scene. However, you basically start out as, you become this rogue trader and this person that controls many planets. However, the warp way, basically, if you don't know Warhammer at all, I'm going to try to explain this in a way that you would understand it. The wormholes or fast travel method that humanity uses gets scrambled. Trade routes are messed up. People can no longer just fast travel from one star system to another. You've got to remap them out. So you are rich beyond your wildest imagination right out the get-go, but you're cut off from all the stuff that you've got. So you're trying to reestablish these connections, rebuild the trade routes. You're fighting a whole lot of heresy. Every time you fast travel, again, for those who don't know the Warhammer universe, you step into hell, and then you move like a mile, and then you step out of hell, and you've moved like 10 miles. So it's kind of like like in Minecraft when you go through the Nether portal and then pop out, and you've moved a very long distance. Except, of course, anytime you dip into hell for a second, the demons are like, "Hey, yo, it's me, your boy," and so there's fighting a whole lot of them every time you travel. So that's basically the thing. But it's a classic RPG. There's a lot of storytelling. It's not Baldur's Gate 3, so there's a lot of times when people have a conversation and it's just in text and you read it. What you see here is what the game looks like. This is gameplay footage. It is a turn-based RPG where you move people, you get behind cover. The combat, a lot of people have said this looks a little bit like XCOM, which they're not wrong. It does have some similarities to something like that, but I don't think it is as bad in terms of like unfairness. XCOM has the whole thing, 99% chance to hit, you miss, you die, stuff like that. It's not that bad. There's, for example, the guy that you just saw right there was firing a bolter. I found a charm that's like when you're using a bolter, as long as you don't have it on full auto, which is just one shot, you will always hit. So you can get some stuff to take the RNG elements out of it, but there are fights you can completely avoid. There was a fight I did this morning where there was a prison uprising, and I was able to use my persuasion, and I basically told half of the prisoners, like, if you guys join me and fight them, I'll give you full pardons. And we convinced half of them to turn on their friends, which made the fight a whole lot easier for us. And then afterward, I had the option of just saying I lied, shooting them. I didn't do that, though. I was the good boy. But I had the option. There's always an evil or... There's like a good, indifferent, evil, or eviler option for everything in this franchise. So, loving the game. In the middle of it, I'm currently 48 hours in. Still got more to do. As far as where would I rate this, I would say I'm not done with it. But it is, this sounds like I've put it down, which is not true. So I'm going to say it's very high B tier. Like right now, it's looking like it might be between loved it and finished it. The only negative thing I can say about Rogue Trader is it does, if you've ever heard the phrase, it's like drinking from a fire hose. Like, drowns you in information at some points. Like, as an example, when you hit level 4, you get to choose a talent. There was like 60 or 80 options. Now, you don't want to pick the wrong one. You want to make a good choice. So you're sitting there for the next 15 minutes reading 60 to 80 talents. Like, there's a overwhelming selection really fast. Now, in the dialogue, it's pretty good. Like, anytime they reference something, often the word will be bold, and you can mouse over it, and the little tooltip will pop up, and it'll be like, oh, this is about the Emperor, or whatever. And so people that have never played Warhammer, it does a pretty good job of giving you tooltips that explain the generality of what is going on in the Warhammer franchise. I will say, for any of you, what's his name? Is it Bricky? Hold on, YouTube Warhammer Bricky, why? Oh, here we go, Bricky. Yeah, so this guy, if any of you decide to play one of these Warhammer games that I'm recommending, this guy is how and there's a car. This guy is how I learned about most of what I know about Warhammer. This guy, basically, 8.4 million views. Bricky, like this. He has videos giving you kind of like the rundown of how the universe operates. Nice legs, by the way, and it's really, really informative and also very entertaining at the same time. So he makes time fly by while watching that. But yeah, so that is where I put that, and that's it. So again, this one was not a game. This was just a category we dipped into. And that was 2023. Oh my God. Yes. So that is, in my opinion, just for me, the rating of these games for the last year. I did say Guild Wars 2 maybe fell to bottom of S tier for me this year because PvP imbalance for the last like 6 months. They need to do something about that. You're going to run out of games to play. If you've seen the game recommendation sheet that people fill out for me, no, I will not. I will not. You're talking about the future. 2024, Grim Dawn is getting an expansion. 2024, Titan Quest 2 is coming out. 2024, Guild Wars 2 has got the next update for Soto. I'm looking forward to that. March 22nd, Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out. In 2024, I can also look forward to Frostpunk 2, Hades 2, Hollow Knight Silksong any day now, Beyond All Reason, Stormgate, Last Epoch, and maybe Industrial Annihilation. I am looking forward to all those. And also, I'm sure that there's 100 other games I'm going to play between now and then. But yeah, these are my selection. These are my selection. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this. That's my thoughts on the games that I have played this year. And if you agree with me, if you disagree with me, leave a comment down below. I'm curious to see if your thoughts on these games lines up with mine. And I'll see you next year. All right, there we go, chat. Oh my God, it's done. Dude, that was like 3 hours. Holy crap. Hollow Knight has a part 2 coming out. There is a, they've been talking about a game coming out for quite some time called Silksong. However, it is, it's kind of become a meme, like Silksong Any Day now has become kind of a meme. It's been taken forever. Can you name all S-tier games? For me, Baldur's Gate 3, Grim Dawn, Stranded Alien Dawn, The Riftbreaker, and Guild Wars 2. But I mean, the A-tier games, Alan Wake 2, Age of Wonders 4, Bloons, Cult of the Lamb, Darkest Dungeon 2, the entire Dragon Age series, Dungeon Defenders 2, Dungeons 4, Vermintide 2, They Are Billions, The Last Spell, Jedi Fallen Order, Path of Exile, Lies of P, Keynote, Bridge of Spirits, Hi-Fi Rush, Grounded, and God of Weapons. Have you seen anything on Prince of Persia: Lost Crown? I have not. No, sir, I have not. Thought you played Plague Tales this year. No, we did those last year. I'm almost certain those were in last year's list. You played They Are Billions this year. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can check. Hang on. So this is Mukluk Plays, the channel that has the full playlist of all the games I play for anyone who wants to binge watch them after the fact. Let's see. Billions. All right, They Are Billions was last updated in May of this year. Yep, 119 episodes, finished in May. They do a new update? No, D-Doc, I honestly just got the itch to play it, so I did. It was just, I was really itching to do a playthrough of it. As far as Plague Tale, let's see, Plague Tale Requiem, we finished November 2022, and Innocence, also November 2022. We finished them both November of 2022. Yep. What was your favorite boss fight across all Souls-like games that you played this year? Okay, some that immediately come to mind is the final boss fight of the base game of Remnant 2, where you're like bouncing back and forth between two realities, and it's like you would like go to dodge a skill in one reality and then shift to the other reality and then have to dodge a different move. And it, dude, my brain was so engaged on that fight. I absolutely loved it. The music was picking up as you got further in the fight. I was on cloud 9 for that fight. That was so good. Lords of the Fallen. I can't even remember a boss fight in Lords of the Fallen. I remember the final boss was not a boss. Lies of P? I remember the last few fights, I like made a new build and it was like, you know, it clicked. And I was like, oh my God, this is it. This is my way to play. And my enjoyment of the game skyrocketed. And so I did way better on the last few fights than I did on like the game up until that point. So I was really enjoying the game the most there near the end. What about Frogdo? The frog, oh my God, the frog in Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. I would not say that was enjoyment. That was an hour of pain. The Lightning Girl and Lies of P was a tough one. Yeah, the Lightning Girl was challenging. I don't think it took me that long though. I think it took me like an hour or so to kill her. It was like 30 or 40 minutes. I remember people in chat were kind of like pleasantly surprised at how quickly I was able to get past that boss. But then there were other bosses. Like there was, what was he called? It was like Lord of the Puppets. It was like a huge robot, and then phase 2, like a little puppet came out of his chest was phase 2. The Puppet King or something like that. He took me hours to beat. He took a long, it took me so long to get to phase 2 that I was getting so little practice because I kept dying at the beginning of phase 2. He was the first boss where I finally, after like 3 hours, I went to YouTube and I looked at someone else do phase 2 so I could understand the moves, because it was like every 15 minutes I'd get 10 seconds of practice. So, and then I was able to kill him a little while later. What about the Priest Centipede 2? It was a Priest Centipede dude. I don't think I had to look anything up to beat him. I think I eventually beat him on my own, but he was challenging, but I got him. The giant monkey guy kicked your butt. Giant monkey guy? Huh? Travel Hat said, did you find the Space Marine yet in Rogue Trader? No, I have not. The last person I found was the Xenos sniper lady. She's the last one that joined. My friend was actually angry with me. I one-shot the boss and I no-hit the second phase. I remember being very proud of myself when I successfully parried every single attack the Lightning Lady did in one of her barrages. I was like, oh! Yeah, it felt good on that one. It felt good. Did you buy all the DLC of Grim Dawn and finish them? When I played Grim Dawn this year, no. Okay, so here's the thing with Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn is a game that's been out since 2016. Since 2016, I have cleared all the DLC of this game. However, I recently reinstalled it because they did the biggest quality of life update they've ever done. And I wanted to play it. So, and after Diablo 4, you know, didn't scratch the itch for a good ARPG, I played a whole bunch of this. Now, I did not replay every bit of content the game had, but I played quite a bit of it on this patch while that was there. Swamp Monster, I think, took you the most time. Oh, yeah. The Swamp Monster and Lies of P took a long time. I think that one and the Puppet King both took me like 4 hours or something. They were very tough. They were very challenging. I will say one thing about Lies of P, at least the corpse runs aren't bad. Like, I remember in Dark Souls 1, there were sometimes you die to a boss and you had to run like 10 minutes to get back to it. Okay, not 10 minutes, but many minutes to get back to it to do another attempt. Lies of P, there was always like a bonfire right before the portal, which was nice. So you could just attempt. Isn't that because they got a big DLC coming next year for Grim Dawn? Yeah, Grim Dawn expansion comes out in 2024. Also Titan Quest 2 from the same company, I believe. I think Crate Entertainment's doing both of those. I could be mistaken on that. Okay, think I'm caught up on the chat. All right, keep the questions coming. Ask me anything. We are going to jump back into Dyson Sphere, one of the games I'm not done yet that I just showed on that list, and make a little bit more progress on this thing. I'm ready to conquer more planets. Lies of P had like 3 shortcuts in every section between bosses. Yeah, the Lies of P, like the locations of the bonfires and stuff felt good. Muck, is it okay if I send you a game link? Yeah, you can send me a game link. What's up? Are you going to start next year with a bang, aka Slime Rancher? We'll see. Chip break. Muck floor reveal. Oh my god. Yes, carpet. Shock. I missed the start. Was the cat game 2022 or 2023? You mean Stray? We played Stray in 2022. All right. For those who haven't seen this game, what you're seeing on the screen right now is a constantly growing AI called the Dark Fog. They just added to Dyson Sphere. This game was just a peaceful building game, but now the Dark Fog is trying to kill you, which for me is what finally makes the game interesting. So, let me change categories here, just a second. Dyson vacuum cleaners, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Muck, we play Power Wash Simulator? Maybe. Okay, so here is our main world right now. This is all the stuff we have built so far. I did, you're going to thank the 10 gifted subs. I was going to thank them. Yes, I was. Innate, thank you for the 10 gifted earlier. Also, Pesky Garden Gnome. Mucklet Douglas, Bartholomew, Reginald Esquire the 4th, this is Joseph Essels the 3rd. Welcome all of you to the lap. Hope you enjoy. Also, entertainment's on the way. Crank up the speakers, don't touch the speakers, giveaways every week. Please take a seat, but you'll only need the edge. Welcome. Okay, we've got some fuel rods. I need to go drop off some orbital collectors. So we can go to the gas giant planet, Jupiter or whatever. Is it Jupiter that's a gas giant? I don't know. All right, so hold on. Let me zoom out of here, and we're gonna go there. And, oh, finally. That upgrade's been going for 10 years. All right. Oh, it's right there. All right, let's go up here. And, of course, we're gonna land on the dark side of the moon. Redeem Muckmas. We can turn the redeems on for a little bit now that we're done with most of that. Oh, I see one of my buildings. That's what I'm looking for. These buildings can only be built on the equator, and they have to be spaced out. What is happening? Oh, noises. Oh my goodness. I hate Christmas music. Okay, there we go. I was a good boy. All right, I've got like 7 of these. I think you can have 40 around the planet. Come on, guys. I feel attacked. So each of these is basically siphoning gas off this planet, and it ships it to you in shuttles, and you end up with just tons of hydrogen because of these, and it never mines out. Dropping the booty. Sit down. At least you didn't miss the planet this time. Not this time. This was a short trip. Good. Oh, that was so cool.
You're sitting like a
All right, that's it. Okay, so we got 7 of those. There's the dark fog. There's the, okay, I think I'm on the opposite side of the planet from where I need to go. Yes, there's home. Actually, you know what? Let's check Spicy Home. I haven't been there in a while. Let's do this. Let's break orbit with that. All right. Spicy Home, it gets attacked like every 2 minutes, and it should be able to defend itself, but I haven't really checked on it recently. I also, I made a new blueprint today for when I'm first land on another planet, to try the, oh boy, and slow down. Oh God. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. Here's the base I had here. Let's check each of the things. Oh my God, there's so much loot in this. That's wonderful. Okay. So that is loot from it killing Dark Fog. That is so good. Like, yo, free stuff. Let's see. Wait, can I make some logistics drones? Hang on. Builds. Yes, I can. Okay. I might be able to replace these miners with the level 2 versions. So one thing I'm checking these things, there's 8 combat drones in each of these little starport looking things. I'm trying to make sure they each all still have 8. If so, wonderful. As if that's the case, I can just leave it. Dude, there's so many materials here. I've been farming the Dark Fog on this planet. It's crazy. Spicy Home looks like it has Anakin and Obi-Wan dueling somewhere. Esco, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Chat, have you heard about Twitch Prime? You can subscribe to your favorite streamer or Mukluk and get no more ads other than that one really good one. Let's see. All right, so I want to try out this out, see if this works. Alright, let's do that. Can I put all of the... Okay, I can temporarily put this here. I'll have to get this out later. And... Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how this works here. One sec. Stone it? No, I don't need stone. Wait, is this... this has 5 things. Could possibly have iron ore there. Okay. Is this iron? No, that's stone. Let's try... I'm gonna let that run out. This music is very chill. Yep, I enjoy it. Okay. And then level 2 miner. Alright, I just unlocked this recently. Alright, the way... So this just simultaneously mines all of these with lasers. Now what's supposed to happen... There it goes. Is it takes whatever it gets here and takes it here to this thing and with these little shuttles, and then those big shuttles take it back to home base. So... And then you don't have to deal with the belts or anything like that. Now, the iron, like this is titanium. The titanium, the raw titanium is getting turned into titanium plates before it gets shipped off. So I'm going to leave that as it is right there. The iron over here, I am shipping it in its ore form. So we are going to get rid of these. Let that run out. Wait, oh God. Hello. Oh, that's why I'm never having losses. Okay, so that thing right there is called a signal tower. It basically taunts them. And so they're fighting, they attack the signal tower instead of attacking my little 8 ships. And then my 8 ships kill the 100 of them. And they get farmed. That's awesome. They get absolutely farmed. Also, I just realized, this thing repairs nearby stuff. So it's repairing that. It's basically, we've got a tank, a healer, and 8 DPS, and they're taking on 800 and like 115 enemies at a time. Okay. Second miney thing. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can get every single node. I think I did. Here we go. Nom 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 nom. Okay. Can I make another of those? No, for some reason. I don't know why. But, okay. Once I get home, I can get the materials. The materials for this, I actually could only make this because of materials I got in another star system. I've got some more at home, though. Okay, grab that. I'm just gonna get whatever we can carry here. And I could have it ship, I could ship hydrogen fuel rods from home back here. However, this planet has the geothermal power, so I don't have to do that. Oh, there's home. I don't even have to set up a tracking thing. And for anyone who's never seen this game before, any of those stars in the sky that are really bright, you can click on them, and you could fly in that direction for a few hours, and you will hit another planet, or planets surrounding another sun. You can also warp there, which is far more recommended than just flying for hours. You should go put the better miners on that other star system. Yeah, I need to get some materials, and then I can go set that up. But I would say there's certainly no rush on it because I am doing very, like, I'm getting max output from that system already. Ow. I'm fine. Okay, so let's land for a second. There's a lot of materials that I'm set to, I have orders for the logistics drones to say, hey, if I have less than or more than 100 of this item, take the excess out of my bag. And they're working on that right now. So I'm just giving them a second to swarm me and clean my inventory up a tiny bit. Okay, so now we'll go over to this and let's see, distribute those into the network. So anytime excess stuff like falls to the ground or is pulled out of my inventory, it goes into these machines. And I occasionally have to tell them like, hey, distribute this item out to the network to any machine that needs it. And I am checking to make sure that they are doing that right now. Can you build a Stargate? I don't think there's currently a way to fast travel between systems other than doing the warp. Which, I mean, I guess that's sort of fast travel, but you have to, like, do it yourself. I can't just, like, click a button and go AFK. Unfortunately, I would like eventually to be able to research that. There is a very large research tree. I would love to research, because, like, in Factorio, you could set up a train. And once you have established, like, where it is and where the stops are, when you're feeling lazy, you could just ride the train to your other base. You don't have that option in this one. Let's put that out. And let's do that. And ooh, we do not have a lot of the blue stuff. Do I need to up production of that? So I did increase how much stuff I was spraying. I did increase that. So as you can see here, we have a whole, like, the blue spray. Anything it's sprayed on, when you use that thing to make something, you get more out of it. So you even spray the spray. So you make the spray, then you spray the spray, and then you spray oiled with the sprayed spray, and the oil gets oiled up. I don't understand how any of that works, but the oil is more oil per oil. So with that, we want to make sure we're making lots of this stuff. Now right now, we're maxed out on orange juice. We use the orange juice to make the green juice, but the green juice is combined with diamonds, and that seems to be our snag. So our diamond production is weak. Where's our diamond production? It's right there. Okay, it does have everything it needs. It's simply not making enough. So I'm gonna take this blueprint. Wait, hold on a sec. Is this empty? Get rid of that building. Okay, I'm gonna take that blueprint. I'm gonna hit copy, Control C, copy that. Roger, roger. And hold on, I like to have that lined up just to make it look kind of nice. Put that there. Okay, and next, oh shoot, I misclicked on that last one. When you don't have enough production, increase it by 10 times. That usually will fix the problem. Looks like we don't have enough grabby arms, so make some more of those. And these tracks, when you copy paste the tracks in Factorio, I will say that's one thing. Like at Factorio, I could just click here and drag along and go over these old ones. And in this game, it says collision, and it doesn't work. You have to just, like, seam every one of the things, which is a mild annoyance. I would like to see them change that behavior so that I could just, like, click and drag a line, and it'll just overwrite the old ones. But that's how it is right now. Got a power issue here. We can build a power line there. Okay, so now this whole line basically, what is that, graphene comes down this belt, goes into these smelters, gets compressed into diamonds, and then they drop it on the other belt, and it goes all the way back up. So out of this whole production line, everything goes in here and comes out here. So that's that. I actually, I might see an opportunity here. Hang on. Do I have another sprayer? Let me see. 3. Yes. Okay. Should do it. There we go. Okay, so now all the diamonds that are made here are getting sprayed, and they are more diamond per diamond. So whatever those are used to produce, I think will generate, you'll get 22% more of whatever they're being used to make, which should help. All right, so let's go back over here. Let's check the, oh, looks like this stack is finally empty. I was waiting on this to empty out. Okay. And we should, wait, no, the problem was this one. This is the one that was waiting on diamonds. So, okay, good. We're now seeing diamonds occasionally show up here, and they're getting spit out on this, and these machines are starting to do work again, which is making more of the green juice. What flavor is green? That's orange juice. What is this, like watermelonade? And then it makes blueberry juice. All right, so production is starting to come back online over here with the addition of those diamonds. That's good. Okay, earlier, for those who have been following my Dyson Sphere playthrough, I had all the oil machines here. I did a similar thing to what I did with these machines, where you've got box where things go in, it goes down the line and stuff gets made, and then the product comes back all the way to here and stuff gets spit out. I did a similar thing to that with the oil over here. So here, crude oil is brought here via drones. It goes down that belt into the refineries, and then refined oil is spit out on the other side, and it comes back up this belt into these boxes to be used for whatever. Now the crazy thing is that means I could just keep building refineries down that way and the product all comes back here. So I did that. Look at this. I did copy paste 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 paste. I made, dude, like a quarter of the planet has oil refineries going around it. This is violently American. But I am getting so much oil right now. Oh, also there's a sprayer here, so all this oil is more oil per oil. So that's pretty great too. Okay, let's get rid of that. And we need the purple crystals, bing bing. And that allows us to make... Why does it say I can't make that? Something's wrong. Is it this? It's saying I don't have enough of the materials. Wait, is it the titanium alloy? Hold on a sec. I've got some of that in a box over here. Let's try now. That's it. Another little thing I did. This building is making the battery buildings that just hold power. And then they spit into this thing, which charges them. And then it spits them into here, which are fully charged battery buildings. So any of these I use to, there's one annoying building that when you want to build it, you need 20 fully charged batteries. And the first way that you do that is build the batteries, put them on the ground when you have an abundance of power in your entire power grid, and they get charged up, and then tear them out of the ground and put them in your bag, and then build whatever you wanted. Which is annoying, but you know, you can do it. Now I can just, I've been able to automate that process with that thingy. So that's great. So these boxes are where the hydrogen goes, which is primarily from the things, the big gas gatherers we put on that gas giant. And so that's doing well. Let's see, it looks like there's some oil in the box underneath. There it goes. It's getting snagged up really fast. That gets used constantly. All right. Let's see. Still making more of these. What does it take to make, hold on a sec, what does it take to make these things? The carbon nanotube, titanium alloy, and high purity silicon. Okay, let's take this and say, bring me at least 100 of these. And what else? Should I add titanium alloy down there? The titanium alloy, bring me at least 100. So basically this is the logistics system. I can tell it to, if I don't have enough of these in my inventory, bring me some from anywhere in the base. Which is very nice. Very nice. And allows me to constantly be able to build most things I need.
Happy holidays.
To you as well, Medieval. Thank you. Appreciate that. By the way, it took me a while to realize it, but when I click on one of these buildings, like this one, you see how there's like an orange circle and then there's like a half-filled blue circle? That blue circle is the extra material that you're about to get from the blueberry juice. I also, down here, I deleted the first buildings in a couple of these rows just to have the blue juice go over and spray all the stuff getting made here. So like all these iron plates are more iron per iron, all these coppers are more copper per copper. Copper! Stuff like that. Let's see. All right, that's done getting distributed. Now hydrogen, and then this one's got some, oh well, it's still distributing that, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so how is our science production? We're full on red and yellow and blue. The entire, well, most of the green stack is lit up. Purple is looking depressing as always. Why? Why are you always disappointing me, Purple? It needs more particle broadbands. Okay, that I was making here. And these machines have a yellow dot on them, which means they're not currently generating. It's whatever material is supposed to be on that belt. Carbon nanotubes. The bane of my existence. All right, carbon nanotubes are being made here. That yellow dot means that all of those plants past that point are not online because they're missing an ingredient. What's missing? Graphene. Graphene is made right here. It is producing graphene. Are all of them? No, they're not. What are we missing? What ingredient is missing here? Refined graphite? Energetic graphite. Sulfuric acid is fine. It's energetic graphite is the problem. Okay. I was making that here, and that's not enough. I really wish this crap was gone. It's in the way. Because of the setup I'm doing, I would rather just expand it like that, but there's stuff in the way. So I can't do that. I could just copy this and make a copy of it somewhere. Are you just not using fluid containers? Fluid containers don't allow you to move the stuff around with drones, I don't think. I'm pretty sure you can't use drones like that. I'm using drones a lot. You do a short conveyor bend and then restart the line. I guess I could do that. I was so particular with how it looked. It looked so nice. So it'd be like... Alright, at this point, there's not even enough coal getting all the way down the line. Let me go back to the coal building. Alright, let's do that. And let's increase how many arms are offloading here to increase the offload speed. Alright, so we just tripled how fast coal is going onto this belt. And... oh, something. It's not happy about that one. Oh, what's going on with that? Alright, let's rebuild that one. It was weird. Power. Darkstorm attacking Spicy Home. They're not learning. The only danger for Spicy Home is if they... oh, that's weird too. Is if they attack from orbit. Because I don't think any of its defenses can handle an orbital attack. Yeah, it says the signal tower's under attack, which is the tank. It's fine. Wondering... I should try to spray some of that stuff. I'd have to really reorganize stuff though. I could do another line coming out of this box and put a sprayer on here. This would just spray motors though, which I'm totally fine on at the moment. I guess eventually, if I was going for perfection, I would have like a space between the first smelter and the boxes to have a sprayer, and then just have like a line there. I don't have to worry about that right now, though. It's odd they never attach me from orbit. It's when this bar fills, the space dark fog hive. When that filled, like I saw them on this map, like here, shooting, and my world was shooting rockets back at them. I was like, wow, I'm glad I have missiles, I guess. Like these things shot them down. I didn't know it was possible either. I'm just glad it worked out. I'm trying to empty these 2 boxes, but I've been trying to for a while. So, oh, actually, this one's empty, isn't it? All right, so I'm trying to empty this one, so I'm just gonna put a distributor on there to make that go faster. Checking that. Yep, signal type. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Particle broadband. Are you building yet? No. Still that's not going. Are you going yet? Nope, it's not going yet. This thing is still needing... there's some getting delivered. It just needs more. How's the delivery box? The traffic on your planet is insane. Lots of air rage. Everyone is very good drivers. Yeah, honestly, there's so many smelters on this belt. The coal is not making it past this. It's not making it to any of these. It gets scooped up before that time. So... it might be better to start a new chain here. That patch was gone. Actually, you know what? I just noticed we got this blue stuff here already. Can I copy this and squeeze this in here? Collides with object. Where? Oh, I see it. I think we might can. Oh wow, those power poles weren't even getting used. Like that. Hey, that works. And then connect the sprayer, there we go. All right, so now all the stuff from this one's gonna get sprayed. I'm gonna watch it for a second, make sure it works. I need to move this. Well, actually, I don't even know if they can copy down to that point. Let's try it first. When you try to copy paste over belts so that it'll connect the belts, it always gets so weird. You see, like right here. Like, why did it connect that one but not that one? I don't know. Why do some of these look bent? I don't know. But if I rebuild them, they look fine. Oh man, now that's bothering. Now that I'm noticing some of them are bent, it's bothering me. It's so stupid. It doesn't affect anything. Cannot unsee, yeah. Alright, well, this is sprayed graphite, so this should be even better than what we were getting from the first batch. Spicy Home is doing fine. Totally okay over there. Oh, okay. Now the closest yellow dot's way down there, so there is definitely way more of these are working than before. I think I'm gonna increase the request for this. Actually, I wanted to check something. If I click this, nope, that's not what I wanted. When you open a building, if you hit tab, it fills it with whatever it's requesting. Like in this case, it'd be those 3 items. I was doing it with this box requesting coal to see if it would just move coal from my inventory over to the box, and yeah, it did not. It just moved everything in my bag over. I was like, well, that's not what I wanted. Well. Alright, we've dramatically increased our request for blueberry juice. Let me see how much we got. There's none in the box. What's it requesting? Carbon nanotubes, the same exact thing that is the problem for the other stuff. It's the same exact issue. Now, all the stuff that's requesting blue juice has it, but it's like, it's not doing great. Let's see. Well, I know this will distribute very fast. What's the throughput difference between using belts and drones? I don't know the math. You know, obviously belts will just keep going and going. Drones do deliveries. And of course there's different size drones, like those right there, the medium ones, they can carry like thousands per trip. The little ones don't carry as much, but you know, upgrades help with that. So for example, on logistics stuff, we're currently at this one, carry capacity 6. So if as I go to carry capacity 7 or drone engine 7, they will run even better. Not sure what would be better right now. Can I make that? Nope. I don't know what that last ingredient is. Okay, let's do logistics carrier engine. These are beautiful chemical setup. I love this area. I could easily do a sprayer setup here. I'm going to. Oh man, we could do something crazy. Oh god. Alright, I just got a crazy idea. Alright. Probably gonna have to request the green juice for this one. Actually, wait, was green juice the one that we're out of? One sec. Is it green or blue? We got when I run out of one, sometimes I have to shift to using the other. We got some blue. We got some, honestly, we don't have a lot of either. We got tons of orange. Orange is the backup. The carbon nanotube and diamonds are both low. Okay, so let's see. Sprayer. Where are you at? I love Mike Tyson's Sphere program. What? Is blueberry juice is green Mountain Dew? Oh yes. Oh, that's way better than watermelon juice. I like the Mountain Dew thing better. Okay. Ah. You guys see it? Do you see it yet, Mr. Krabs? This is gonna be a lot of juice. We still have basically infinite chemical plants. Orange is McDonald's drink. We got orange juice, McDonald's Sprite, and then something blue. Gosh. Alright, so now that we've connected all that, we reverse it. And where's a blue requester? Right there. What the heck? It's being really weird. Let's see if that... Okay, there. Now it connected finally. That's not working. Alright. Hold on a sec. That does 12.5. That does 20. That does 25. What if I request green? Does it actually work? Alright, what if I request orange? Oh, immediately starts working. Okay. Alright, well, orange is better than none. That's a 12% increase in everything on all of these belts. That should still help. Bring over the OJ! The OJ is here! The juice is loose! Alright, so everything, all the materials going down that line and the materials coming back up this line are going to start getting orange juiced. Okay. Let's see. I have a lot of... Let's do this. Just depositing some stuff to get it out of my inventory. Alright, there was one ingredient that I hadn't found yet, and I need to find a new planet that has it. And let me see, what was it? It was this thing. Unipolar magnet. I need a unipolar magnet. So, let's see. We got battlefield bases. We got drones. Do I have... I made a blueprint earlier for... Here, I'm wondering if any of you knows the answer to this. Here, new planet. Okay. So I made this blueprint earlier. Oh, come on, just... There. I made this blueprint earlier. And the way it works is it drops this interstellar logistics station, a battlefield assault base that I fill with drones, because it won't do that automatically, a signal tower to take the heat off of the, to basically draw the ire of attackers. There's already ships, there should already be ships in here. It didn't load it automatically? Well, that's stupid. And it's already set to request hydrogen fuel rods. And then hydrogen fuel rods get requested and they go into these things and they will start producing power for the place. The hydrogen rods are shipped from this planet to the target planet. And then it requests warp packets so that these can warp back and forth. Now, all that said, I'm wondering, if I slam this down like this, and it has no power, and these have no power, will it request the fuel rods? Or does it need power for this whole process to get jump-started? Because as it stands, when I put it down, it would have no power until a fuel rod delivery gets here. I don't know if a fuel rod delivery would ever come. What? What am I missing? Reinforced thrusters. There. Bring me some of those. It can still get them as long as some other planet sends them, and it won't go get them by itself without power. Okay, that should happen. Alright. The grabbers won't work without power. Oh, crap. That's a good point. So I might need to throw down like a few solar panels or something just to jumpstart the thing. Let's see. Distribute coal. You've been very bad this year. You'll get coal. The orange juice assembly line is done. You can load in the fuel directly. True, which means I should bring some fuel rods with me, right? That's probably a better way of doing it. Where? I'm trying to find... You know what? There's a better way. Robots, bring me hydrogen fuel rods. There we go. All right. They'll find their way to me. Are you using the deuterium fuel rods for your mecha fuel? At the moment I am. They're lasting a very long time. Oh shoot, can I only carry 30 of those things? Oh man. Or, I'm sorry, was it 30 a stack? I didn't realize it was only 30 per stack. Okay. Alright, so we can make our little base. Do we have the drones? There's the 5 ships. Where's the other ships? I swear I made more than that earlier. Alright, make more of the... Oh, no, I wasn't able to. Why... Wait, reinforced thruster. I know I have a place making reinforced thrusters. Okay, we got a mystery. Why is this not being delivered to me? Is there a delivery box that does not have drones in it or something? Okay, that's still delivering, that's fine. That's belts. God, how do I do this? This is the view I wanted. It's easier to see this. I find this easier to look at the whole map like this than the other view we had just a second ago. That's the warp packets, that's fine. I'm wondering if at some point I destroyed that production building and I didn't mean to. I certainly don't need that often, but... Okay. Let's see. We've got those ships. I still need these. Get back in here, because I can just handcraft these for now. How's that graphite piling up? Not really. It's still going, though. Didn't realize I was going to need so much graphite production. This is crazy. Even at 30, they last about 10 times longer than the hydrogen ones, which last about 10 times longer than energetic graphite and combustible material. At this point in the game, a deuterium is almost infinite fuel for your mech. Yeah. I'm getting a lot of... I think I've got like 15 or 16 of those collectors on the gas giant planet. So I'm getting a lot of deuterium and hydrogen from that. Like, these boxes here are deliveries from that, the gas planet. Okay, I think I have everything I need. Alright, next thing is to find a planet that has unipolar magnet. Let's do, okay, it's auto-saving, that's fine. Have you tried firing solar sails? No. Okay, my understanding of solar sails was it uses up materials and it gives you power. I didn't need power, so I was like, why use up materials? That was kind of my logic. No. Oh my gosh. Requires exploration level 4. No. What are those red dots? Grading crystal. Saily? Not what I need though. Well, I've never before wished I had this upgrade before this moment. Zoom out all the way. Even more so the grid shows up? Oh. Okay, I get what you're getting at. Okay, thank you. Wow, dude, what is this resource I'm looking for? This thing is rare. Okay, it appears to not be in... Wait, you're looking for a neutron star, which is purple. Purple? Oh my god, that's so far away. Alright, I see 2 purple, one way down there and one way over there. There's a black hole there. Okay, hold on. What would it take to get that exploration thing? 2,000. I wouldn't be able to do that anytime soon. I mean, I guess I could just save the game and try it. Let's see, where's the closest purple? There's one way out there, and there's one here. Might be lots of dark fog. Dark fog are weak. I ain't even worried about it. Ain't even worried about it. Alright, let's see what happens. Save as leaving planet. Let's see what happens. Ooh. See what happens. Why will it not boost? It won't warp. Do I have warp? I have warp. Oh, there it goes. You can only warp when you're more than 1,000 meters away from a planet. Okay. I hope I have enough fuel for this. If not, I did save it. This is a big trip. 21 light years. Have you seen the series Another Life by any chance, Buck? I have not seen the series Another Life, no. You can drift to recharge if you need to make 2 hops. If I have to. That show features traveling to other star systems with a realistic warp drive in it, just like this game. I don't know what a realistic warp drive looks like. I think we might end up falling out of warp and drifting for a bit while recharging the battery. Alright. You're gonna have to chill for a second, or that bar at the bottom middle of the screen is recharging a bit. Or we can just go with this speed for the next 17 hours. uh. 24 hours? Oh my god, there's a timer there. I didn't see it. ETA 24 hours, 35 minutes, 28 seconds. I was just throwing out a number. Drifting through space, ask me anything. Yep, lost in space. Oh, while we're waiting. Can visit our coworker. Hey, what's up? Still hogging Mini Mug's chair, yep. Alright. Let's do this. Leaving planet was the save we used earlier. Let's use a different save file. God, we were so close, and then now it's going to take another 2 hours. Alright, hold on. I'm trying to build up some drift speed right now. Okay, we're down to 26 minutes. Remember, shift to speed up. I know! I can see 2 very large dark fog thingies. Are we in the system now? Can I look at the... Can I look at the planets? Unipolar magnet. That's my target. Okay. There's my actual target. Oh my god. Did anyone bring snacks? Bro, do I need to warp again? It's, okay, I'm max speed. I'm going 2,000 meters a second. And it still says it's gonna take 8 minutes. Dude, what is that littered thing? Is that... I guess that's just the enemies dying. Yeah, 60 enemies, 55, 50. Yeah, they're getting murdered at Spicy Home right now. 8 minutes. Alright, I'm gonna let the fuel go. Oh my god, this freaking thing. It's very daunting because even if this whole trip is successful, I gotta do this again to go home. And I'm just thinking about that right now. I'm just like, oh my god. Like, I can't even ride. Like, I should be able to hop in this ship and ride it home. But it won't let me do that. And this is with Deridium fuel rods? Yes. Well, I was using... I just put those in a second ago. Wait, should I take those out? What? Where is it? Is that it up there? Dude, I don't see it. It says it's a 1 minute out. I should be able to see a planet if it's a 1 minute out. Please don't fall into the black hole. That would be such a way to go, getting pulled into that. Dude, is this gonna be like a tiny little rock in space? Very pretty. Can you get power from the black hole? Oh, let me just fly in and take a bite and see what happens. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Stop. Stop, you stupid... Just friggin'... There's like 80 hives on that little rock, and I just ricocheted off of one of them. I heard a few gunshots. Oh my god, there's so many enemies. There's so many enemies. Planet Explorer, land on 5 different planets, thanks. Alright. Oh my god. No! They're under the hive. Ew. Is there any more? There's another one also under the hive. Fractal silicon veins. What is that? Alright, people told me that... Okay, there. People told me they'd be far away. They didn't tell me they'd be under the enemy. Oh my god. Have fun. Fuck you. Alright. Where... Okay, so this is the best bet. What are these things? Oh, it's just stone. Okay. Look at the threat bar. Here's the thing. Let's say I build a base here, and it's successfully not in aggro range of anything, right? The problem would be as soon as one of these attacks and the little drones deploy, they would aggro those and those. 100%. Did you bring some missiles? Not 1,000. Did you bring a less obvious question? You're gonna need some of those distraction towers? I am aware. Alright, I was gonna just plop down that base that I was gonna make on manual, but... or automatic. I may have to shift the positioning of some of this. I'm not loading in the combat drones yet. Oh, there's different music on this world. What? Okay, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna do this in a different way. Oh, I can't see the circle in this mode? Ah. This is... oh man, I feel like I'm disarming a bomb right now. Kind of I am. Okay, shouldn't the signal tower power the stuff around it? What's going on? Okay, I know these things have to like power up before they start working. The signal tower power okay, is it just that? That little circle? Is that the power radius? Wait, what? Oh, there it goes. Darkstorm is launching an attack. What? Oh god, that's the other that's on the other planet. I was like, I just got here! I was like, no, don't do that, don't do that. The big circle line is the taunt range. Right. Do I have any other weapons? I have some lasers. I'm afraid of the drones getting deployed here, and then those guns destroying them. Like, not the little fighters will fly over and attack this and get destroyed by the drones, but the guns, the big turrets, those are what I fear. Oh, this is taking so long. Okay, hold on. Lack of item? What? Oh, I made the wrong thing. No, I hope I have enough parts. Okay, I'm fine. I made fusion plant on accident. Oh, a delivery just arrived. Not that these have enough power to pull anything from the belt. How do I... There. You've collected a unipolar magnet, a treasure of the universe near a black hole. It features a pyrochlore lattice and separable magnetic monopolies under the effects of a magnetic field. Yeah, you know, I knew that. What does that item look like? That. Okay. You know what I should have done before I left my home? Was set up a request to pull these in so that it would have immediately gotten some of these off-world. All right. I didn't realize it was going to take so long for these power plants to charge these up. How many of these magnets does it take for the super smelter? 15 per. So for every 15 I can successfully yoink, I can make a super smelter. What was the difference between them? This is a 1x speed. It's double. One super, it's double. It's double the work speed. I wonder if just the lasers and the signal tower is enough to defend. I'm scared, Chet. There's so many bases. Look at this fucking planet. There's so many bases. You might save. Need heavier artillery. Alright, I just saved. Let's try... Insufficient logistics strong. Wait, what? Oh, this should be local demand. Oh, there we go. Get more power going. Let's see if I can. Well, I had enough parts to make all these extra power plants. I was very overconfident with how many I thought I was going to need. Again, I wish before I left Earth, I had already put in a request for these, because it would already be sending ships out, and then I would have get some off-world. So that even if this failed and I had to jet, I would get a shipment, but that's just not the case. Hindsight 2020. Yup. Single burst, group burst, or planet burst. Wait, what? What is a planet burst? I didn't know laser turrets had these other settings. Send a carrier pigeon? I wonder if it would be worth making multiple signal towers to hold aggro. Wait, is that... Oh gosh, I didn't even look. Okay, that's fine. Just barely. I'm so scared. I misplaced my fleet. There it is. Oh, it auto-quit them. That's nice. If I... hold on. I have an idea. If I let this grab a bunch, and then I destroy it, will it go into my inventory? Because I can't pull it out of here. I'm wondering if I can, like, destroy it just to get a few hundred, maybe 1,000 in my inventory, and then just rebuild it. Can't you control-click it? No. I think because there's... You can't... No, it doesn't. Control-left-click? Like, I get the mouse cursor, but it doesn't work. It even says control-left mouse-click to fast transfer, but it doesn't work. Hmm, 80%. It's nearly showtime. Some lasers. Can you put local supply on the tower and request it? I'd have to make a belt and a box to spit it out. Right-click item, drag to right-click, grab them all. Oh, what the heck? Thank you. Can you do that from this building too? Thank you. Okay, that's helpful. Let me try, I wonder. I don't know why that works, but I could put 500 there. Okay. I will let it resume operations as normal. Dark Fog Storm. No! 10 units incoming. No, you fools! You'll all die! This is exactly what I was scared of. They're going into the freaking guns. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, so right now we're reliant on the lasers and the logistics drones, which will repair the lasers, which is kind of working. Are you using a PC? If so, are you using a mouse? Yes. I have a gaming laptop, mouse is in the middle. Yes, I am using a normal PC with a normal mouse. Are those my drones that are dying right now? Oh my god, that's a lot. Could all of you please stop? I would like you to stop. I would like you to stop a lot. I'm surprised none of them died. I have never had a base quite like this one, chat. It's working. Also, look at all the random stuff we just got. If this base keeps itself alive, it's gonna fill up with so many crazy materials. 12 more waves to go. Yeah, I'm trying to decide when should I leave. Like, Because I won't come back here for a long time. I will not come back for a long time. I hate that I can't just use one of these and blip home. Like, we will be gone for a while. I mean, even if I just have what's in my bag, that's a lot. That is cool. Just blap the bases and leave it. Blap the bases. What did you just say to me? Blap the bases. Also, I don't know what these are. Group burst, single burst, planet burst? What is this? What is planet burst? Let's try group burst, just see what happens. Oh, it's not even gonna work. They don't reach it in time. Supernova, yeah, I know Supernova makes them just shoot like crazy for a few seconds. I tried it once with missiles. I got a Steam achievement, and then I lost tons of ammunition. Missiles of the real OP bring like 8 missile turrets, maybe 200 missiles. You can clear the planet with just signal towers. Yes. Yeah, that's how I cleared my home planet. I just haven't set up blueprints to be able to do that on other planets. I'd probably set up the tower to like request a missile delivery or something, and then you put that in a blueprint and then a bunch of missiles and stuff. More power? Power is fine. Yeah, it's 20 except when the lasers are firing. When the lasers fire, the power gets sweaty for a second. Back there, the fighter drones could just go crazy. So more power. You're gonna make a good wife someday. Can I even make any more right now? I can make a few more. There. Can you sell the tower to tell the tower to demand more drones? Like these? No, I don't have the setup at home for that. Alright, just did that just to fill up the bag. Okay. Alright. I'm just kind of hoping this base lives. And I think I'm going to leave it. And heading back home. If you do it now, when you get home with it set up. So, I've never really figured out how to do that. Like, okay, here's the thing. If I want this to request the planes, I have to set it up like this so that it requests, like, so it doesn't request 10,000 planes, right? I have to set it to request planes like that, and then I need to put a box on this and block out the box, and that means it will stop picking up loot from the area. Then put a request thing on top of that and have it request the airplanes, and then this requests airplanes from home and have it offload into a box. It's essentially, the whole system to repopulate them automatically with drones is not great right now. Like, you have to basically tell it to stop picking up loot off the ground and only get airplanes to get it to refill with airplanes. Otherwise, it requests like 5,000 airplanes. But, like, Spicy Home right now is fighting, it would just use 8 airplanes to fight off 130 enemies because Signal Tower taunts airplanes attack, and it's great. Where's this next attack? Oh. Yeah, it's doing fine. Okay. I gotta... Let's see, can I do this to make a marker? I can't. Okay, let's rename this planet. Unipolar magnet base. Actually, black hole base. Okay. Where's home? I think that's home. The only ones that show names is home, right? And I know Wasat is an outpost, so I think that's home. There's a lot of ships there. That's probably it. You can rename the star to rename the system. This works. Oh gosh, what did this just do? It's not that. Alright. Oh, I'm so nervous. I really wish there was a better fast travel. Alright. Good luck, base! Honestly, from what I've seen so far, that base will be okay for a while, unless there's some kind of weird fluke. But I would like to get home as fast as possible and set up a request for the unipolar magnets to then just, because within like a minute of doing that, a ship would warp in with like 1,000 of them. Rogue Trader got a huge update. I don't know if you're making a joke about this game or if you mean it actually got an update. Alright, at this speed, minute 45 to reach home. I don't know if our power, we're probably gonna have to make 2 hops again. I'm making a joke, okay. I was about to go check Rogue Trader. I was like, ooh, piece of candy. I need faster warp speed. Never been an issue before now. Necessity is the mother of invention. Yup. Watch this timer in a second. 33 seconds, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, and then 35 hours, 34 minutes. Those last 27 seconds in warp would have saved me 35 mucking hours. Oh, man.
"8 months. It's almost here. I wonder what I should name it.
Oh my god,
Muck the
baby
Great,
joke.
Look the Incredible, or maybe something more simple like Bob."
Bob. Something more simple like Bob. Lizantis, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Welcome. Alright, we're drifting and letting the power come back. Dude, it is so crazy to me that all of this is content. That's so much. Now, granted, a lot of this is just dead, empty space, just like Starfield. But it's crazy just still that all of those planets have stuff. All of those are stars with systems that have stuff. You get an achievement from going to another system before unlocking warp. Well, that's an achievement I won't be getting. No, thank you. I got 6 packets left. You know, not gonna lie, this game always reminds me of Civ 4. Really? I wouldn't have made that correlation. Alright. Let's see if that's enough. spent 45 minutes flying to a different system to get that sheep. Oh my god. Wasn't there some game on Steam that had an achievement for just having the game open for 5 years? Like, just open for 5 years. Home. Currently playing Rock Sim while I work, and I think you have it open for at least 85 hours. Stanley Parable had an achievement to not play it for 5 years. Like, literally don't open the game for 5 years, and then open the game. Do I have another planet thing? I'm so low on fuel. I really don't want to miss those. Or bounce off of it because I'm going too fast. Woo! We made it home! Oh my god. The things I've seen, y'all wouldn't believe it. There was a black hole, there was aliens everywhere. I saw war. The things I've seen. Okay. Let's see. Oh god, that's already requesting 5 things. What about this one? Can't click. This... Wait, do I have 2 things requesting iron? No, that... rocks. Okay, are they both requesting rocks? Nope. Okay, I gotta make another planet thing. Alright. "130 enemies attacking Spicy Home." Where do I want to build this? Get over here, I guess. What is it? Whatever this is, it's empty, so it's not needed there now. Okay, what? Oh no, did it build and like fall to the ground and get picked up by something? I think it did. There it is. That's fine. Okay, do that. And like to copy, there's a setup I have over here I want to copy. let's do... Where is it? Okay, and okay. All right, there's 3,000 of that stuff on its way here right now. Ah, not that many. Okay, let's see. Distribute to others, max energy. All right. You can do it, starships, get over here, I believe. What a journey that was. Okay. What do I need now? Plane filters. What is it? Oh, that's right. I forgot I had these there. What's going on? Okay, so clear that. Plane filters. Requests at least 100. I don't have any available right now. No! Alright, where's plane filter production? That's right here. They are building, but not fast enough. Once again, it weirdly doesn't connect all the belts. I have no idea why. We need some grabby arms too. Alright. I thought you were traveling in space in a ship. It's actually a suit. That thing must have amazing fuel efficiency. It's an Autobot! They should have you go through the whole game like this, and if you, like, win, then it does a victory dance and transforms into a Volkswagen right before it fades to black. And you're like, wait, you were Bumblebee the whole time? Why isn't the... Wait, we're short on magnets? Magnets. How do they even work? Magnet production is down here. And it's even getting blue. Huh. Is it an iron thing? No. The box isn't filling up. Well, I could do this to offload a little faster. Dude, I'm just gonna be hearing dark fog alerts for the rest of my life now with this going on. Alright, so do that and that. what is this waiting for? Just iron ore. I just realized that where... Hold on. Okay, iron ore is getting delivered where? Alright, so this is iron ore from off planet. And it's not getting sprayed. Is this working? Okay. Alright, there we go. Alright, that's got blue. Alright, so now this iron ore is getting sprayed. That's the off-planet iron. The iron from on-planet, does it also get delivered there? I'm trying to figure. Crap. Okay, that nothing to do with iron. That's nothing to do with iron. Where is this going? Is this going anywhere? I don't know if that's going anywhere. Alright, so what if I do local demand on that? And what? Oh God, I'm so stupid. Let's do that. Okay. Alright, so now I should see... Alright, in transit. Okay, so it's a lot of traffic going to one station. I think the advanced mining machines that were on this planet, that were on iron veins, were not shipping to anywhere, because I made a mistake setting this up earlier. But that has been fixed. Alright, so all of the iron mined on any of my planets goes here. It gets spit out, it goes through the blue thing, and it gets coated. And then it goes into these, where it is distributed. And then it comes over here into this thing. Which means this is not needed. Okay? And then it goes down here and gets smelted, or it gets sent over here, where it was also getting... No. Here, it comes out here, already coated. It gets turned into iron plates, and it gets a coating and becomes sprayed iron plates. So that's fine. However, there is no blue in this pipeline right now. We're out of blue here. Do we have green to spare? We do have green to spare. Okay. First of all, that. Second of all, that. Alright, request green, because it is significantly better than nothing. Now we're spraying the spray again. Hey Muck, I just wrote in the YouTube chat, but I wanted to ask you a question about yours, if that's okay with you. Oh, I do apologize. I am sorry. I'll be honest, I wasn't looking at any chat, but you adding me did get my attention because it highlighted it. So, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, this is one of those games where when I get focusing, I am just blocking out everything else. Terrible streaming. But yeah, feel free to @me me on either chat if you need to get my attention. It does shows up in bright red on my screen. Sometimes it catches my eye when I am being a bad streamer. Let's see. Is the copper ore coated? Yeah, the copper ore is coated. And here, is it also coated here? Yes, it is. Awesome. What about the plates? The plates made here... Oh, yeah, they're coated right there. When there's blue, they are coated. Okay, so that's all good. So with that... Does that help with the... Yeah, it is helping some with the iron. It's not a 100% constant stream, but there is a lot of it pouring in. You know what I can do? Hold on. Let's see. Splitter. Dang it, where's Splitter? Oh wow, I'm actually out. I haven't run out of those in a long time. Dr. Wes Anderson, thank you. Appreciate the resub. Welcome. I'm gonna do this to double how fast it's getting loaded into the crates. Oh, crap, I messed this up. I think that should work. There, now it's loading in on both sides. Okay. Alright. Kelikritz is all good, thank you. I do not really understand why you can be in multiple guilds and what's the benefit and or the negative. Okay, so Kelikritz, first off would just be socializing, if you wanted to socialize with multiple guilds. However, the reason that most people do it is, let's say they're in one guild that does, I don't know, let's say raids 1 day a week, and then they're in another guild that does World v World every Wednesday, and then, you know, World v World, you need to be in the same guild as the people that you're doing it with. So they will be in, like, they'll have one guild for when they do World v World, another guild for when they do raiding, or whatever. On top of that, there's also the farming the farming benefits. You can also join a guild just to farm the free stuff in the guild instance each day. And if the guilds are different levels, you can farm both of them. So for example, I farm a level 1, 2, 3, and 4 guild, 4 different guilds each day. And it's just free stuff, it's free money, and it helps, you know, pay for everything I buy in Guild Wars too. They're really all going into one box, but if it ever fills up... Hang on. I'm gonna make this even better in a second. Lack of item. Oh gosh. They're also guild boosts. Yeah, I mean, you can get that from just one guild, but you can, from one of your guilds, you can get a boost from the bartender. And you can choose any one permanent buff, such as 10% more magic find, or 20% faster PvP experience, things like that. And you can only have one buff at a time, and you can only really get the buff from one guild hall, but yeah, there's that too. But as far as being in multiple guilds that you could benefit from, farming the instance nodes in the guild hall each day from the synthesizers is one thing, and then if you have different guilds for different reasons. I would say most people I know, not all of them, but most people I know, they're really only social in like one guild. But they join others for like, you know, I do fractals with this one, I socialize with that one, this one I'm just mooching supplies off of, you know, stuff like that. Sorry I had 4 ads, I might have missed what you said, that's really awkward. That's okay. Kel, just rewind the stream just a minute, either on Twitch or on YouTube, whichever one you know how to do. And you'll hear the answer. I just went over it. When are you gonna build the super spectacular intergalactic anti-fog main battle fleet? Working on it. Definitely working on it. Black hole base getting hit. Yeah, research is still bad. And it's the... Okay, yeah, purple science. It's just purple science. It's always purple science. And it is the particle thingies again. And the problem is, once again... Wait. No, that's the wrong thing. This is the right one. Okay, carbon nanotubes. Again. For the millionth time. And carbon nanotubes production is currently waiting on graphene, just like always, and graphene is struggling with the graphite. I'm making so much graphite. Are you serious? Holy crap. So you have one guild, main guild, and maybe PvP guild, rest is resource leeching? Pretty much. Let's do that. Oh, now might be a time. Can we make the advance thing? The whole reason we went to that other planet. Oh god, I don't have these automated. That's gonna take a minute. All right, we can make the faster things. We'll upgrade the smelters that are making the reinforced graphite first. Pink Destroyer says, I hate the inventory management guilds too. Other than that, I really like it. They do like to give you bags a lot. Bags within bags within bags. They do like to do that. It's 8 AM in Moscow and I managed to get some sleep. Back to you. What's up, dude? I just got a few more minutes. We are wrapping up here shortly. This game is #1 in the 5 more minutes category for me. Nice. Okay, so that finished mining out. I think we need to build another fusion setup here. Thank you very much. It took me 10 years to get into yours too. Absolutely love it. I know how you feel. I played it at launch and I got bored of it, honestly. It might sound weird because, you know, I'm like such a big content creator for it now, but I got bored of it. I came back to it 5 years later, and then it was like, oh my god, this is so good, I couldn't put it down. Like, I play it a little bit less now, but that's not because I dislike it, that's just because, like, I've done everything. So, always hungry for new content now. NA Stranded gets so many 5 minutes. I bless you with the 5 minutes. Okay. Alright, it would be best to do this on the ones that are getting painted blue, so... Oh my gosh, we got 10,000 of this stuff. Wait, is it not offloading? happening? Yo, it hasn't been offloading. Oh, wait, there's a different problem too. Hold on, what's going on with these boxes? I must have done a copy paste of this box, and I copied a box that had a limitation on it. Okay. Alright, problem fixed. Oh, right, the whole reason I went over here was to get some rocks. Whoops. Oh man, do I need to automate this? Dude, I'm already always out of carbon nanotubes. I don't really want to automate more carbon nanotubes. Am I shortening this? I got titanium. I got that. It's just carbon nanotubes. I need carbon nanotubes to make the carbon nanotubes. Can you imagine just having to do the spreadsheets for a Mukazan? I mean, someone does it. Here's all the production. Having problems. Can we upgrade from OJ to Limeade over here? To the can we get the Mountain Dew over here? We have so much of that. What about the blue? Not a lot of blue. All right, we'll upgrade to the Mountain Dew. Where is it? It's right here, and change request to green. Okay. Alright. These are double speed smelters for blue belts. Wait a minute, there's a problem here. Look at this. What is this? There was some weird stuff on the belt, so it was like causing a clog. What is this? Get this crap out of here. How's the coal coming? All of the coal basically comes into town on this belt and goes into these boxes. And then it gets set onto that thing. Let's see. I don't have a fancy, all the coal gets pulled to the central location and gets spray painted thing going on for this stuff at the moment. Let's do this. Oh my gosh, that building is too fat. Are you serious? Bruh. Wait. Alright. That's weird, but it works. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that stream! Oh! That thing drinks a lot of water. Oh my god. That is a healthy stream. Think you need more arms to unload the boxes? The belt's not stuttering or anything. I think it's okay. At nanotube production? Oh, nanotube. Let me go look. I mean, we got one belt full and another where the box is constantly empty, so I don't think number of arms is the issue. But just to be safe so that it's never a problem, we can add a few more. How many hours in are you in the save? Well, I've only played one save, so I'm 50 hours in. I can just look at my Steam playtime for this. No bully. This game has a lot of depth to it. I don't know if you're about to bully me. If you're about to give me the big mean. Well, when I was 50 hours in, I had my own Death Star. I'm already ready for it. I'm already ready for it. Oh wait, no, I was getting some coal here. Okay, no, it was, okay. Also, wait, are we out of the blue juice here? We are out of the blue juice here, dang it. The blue juice, please. Okay, get the Mountain Dew. It's way better than nothing. Can you make a planet into a Death Star? I mean, you can make a Dyson Sphere. If you haven't heard. Which is very similar in appearance only. Wondering if I should make another stack of boxes for this, just to make sure that if that other planet base gets destroyed, we still have lots of this stuff. It's so hard to highlight something when it's under this. Okay, yep, just another stack of storage to get stuff from the other world, in case that other outpost gets destroyed. Not at all, I just returned back to it myself, so I was curious how it would look. Oh, okay. Sorry. You know how the internet can be. Sometimes people ask an innocent question and I just jump to the defensive. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you come over here and talk to me? Let's do... Can we get all of these? Oh my god, we can. Oh! Beautiful. Oh, I love these mining machines. They're so good. Where is this belt going? Oh, right here. Oh, I just realized this belt was feeding quite a few coal power plants. That could be a problem. We're gonna have to check and see if we're having any power issues with those off the grid. Of course, if I am, I would just replace them with fusion reactors at this point. I wouldn't bully you, Muck. I've been lurking on and off for 2 years. Oh, Crowskate, please. Flute Girl's been here for like 5 years. She bullies me every day. Time means nothing on the internet. Sometimes my greatest supporters, my most dedicated here every night viewers, are the biggest bullies. Like Shugo. Would you believe he comes in here and makes me play anime games? What the hell? What are you talking about? Gabber. Let's see, titanium alloy. Alright, okay, I'm getting distracted by side projects like I always am. How is purple science? Is it progressing? No, it's not. It's the whole night tonight. I've made so many advancements, and the whole time, purple science hasn't moved. And it's because of these things. These right here. Needs more carbon nanotubes. Carbon nanotubes. Over here, probably still waiting on graphene. Yep, the titanium belt is full. It's always graphene. Graphene is waiting on, what is this? Graphite. Graphene is waiting on graphite. There is a lot of them working. There is a lot of them working. All right, let's speed up how fast this is offloading. Get fire ice from a system to make advanced graphene. Advanced graphene. Huh? Do I have the recipe for that? Or do I need to research the recipe for that? What does that look like? Will you try Lego Fortnite? Honestly, it looks kind of fun. Maybe. I don't know what I'm looking for. What is this? Stalagmite crystal. So if I can get that, I can make carbon nanotubes way easier. It's right under regular graphene. Oh, graphene! I was looking at graphite. My bad. Hydrogen plus graphene. No, hydrogen. No, oh god, I'm reading this all wrong. 2 fire ice equals 1 hydrogen plus graphene. Okay. Is this made in a chemical lab? It's made in a chemical lab. Okay, I have. Where did I see a fire ice deposit? Alright, I'm not going there tonight. I'm just looking. Spicy home. It wasn't spicy home. Was it Wasat? Wasat has it. Okay, so Wasat does have some. That was where I'm getting kimberlite ore and grading crystals. There was fire ice there, and I did not realize how good that could be. So maybe next time we revisit Wasat, and we get the better graphene recipe stuff. Fire ice. We get fire ice. Thank you for the tip. That is useful. Can I make any more better smelters right now? Five more minutes and go to the planet. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. I am gonna save it here, friends. Making progress. Making progress. Dude, I'm loving this. Dude, this game... Crack. This is one of those games laced with something. I'm gonna save it here, and we'll pick it up from here next time. And I'm sure next time, I'll have played 5 more minutes in between now and then. Okay, chat, with that, I am going to wrap it up here for the night. Thank you guys for a wonderful stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. A couple of plugs on the way out if you happen to be new to my channel. My name is Mukluk. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back tomorrow morning, continuing our playthrough of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, classic RPG. And then I'll be back tomorrow night doing something, and then Dyson Sphere program if you're interested in that. If you're watching on Twitch, hit that follow button. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. It helps us out with the algorithms. These are our YouTube channels. We have 2 of them. Subscribe to both of those to see the daily content, and special thanks to the patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support, so I thank them every day. And there's a link to that if you want to check that out and see what you're missing. With that, I'm going to play myself out. Y'all have a fantastic evening. Sleep well. I will see you tomorrow. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but see to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank way, the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the 2 viewer, dear you welcomes, third the Snuffles, Van Chauncey, Sir, and fourth the Esquire, Reginald Bartholomew, Douglas, Mukluk. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's just like, yeah. Have you attempted Oxygen Not Included? Mm-hmm. I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them. And I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something. And he donated $50 and he was drunk and he made the British guy said, I want a character, make me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say, make me the poop one. But that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... Cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it.
Updated.
They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's the baby's not eating bread. There's 2 of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New page, oh my God, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival, and then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome page. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
I tried to sneak through the door, man. Can't make it. Can't make it. The shit's stuck. Out of my way, son! Door stuck! Door stuck!
I don't remember that part of the outro.